Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, September the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys in the main room can hear me, see my screen. Maybe somebody in our YouTube room can do the same. And by the way, Lee, probably no test drives. Haven't had one probably about a year, and there's nothing planned. This is Lee in our YouTube room asking about test drives. And maybe just somebody could tell me in YouTube if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you. All right, guys. Yeah, we've got another. Thank you, Pepe. Now, MSS, we've got another one of those altcoins securing up to $70 million private placement to launch a WorldCoin digital asset treasury, a DAM, a DAT. So that's MSS, and it has a ton of room. If you look at it on a monthly chart, not saying it's going to get there, of course, but yeah, and the next high in a monthly chart is way up here at $17. Now, this might be reverse split adjusted, I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, up 400% right now. Lots of volume, 35 million shares have traded. So there's that one. And then next on the list, coming up at a paltry 63% up, is JFV. I don't see any news for this one. Well, they did a private placement on Friday, but scores on a $44 million private placement. Let me get to a daily chart, take a look. Did that have that much effect? Yeah, it did. Okay, so the private placement definitely got it running, and another low float, 1.5 million in the float. And another one, a lot of volume, 11 million shares have traded. DWTX Dogwood. They had some news also. Secures global royalty-free license for SB16 in an all-stock transaction to advance cancer. Okay, are they an all-stock transaction? Okay, I can't tell then if this is a buyout. Well, whatever it is, it's up 49%. Now, we have a couple of disasters du jour. Look at this Kala. Well, there are two of them. Look at Kala, Kala. This stock was $20 on Friday. $20, $1.23 right now. William, I don't know if you had a chance to take a look at this one, Kala. Basically, they're saying they're stopping their high defect treatment development after study. It seems like this is the only thing they do, but anyway, there's that one. And then another one also, MLTX, got crushed. Again, guys, this was a $62 stock on Friday, down to $7.50. Disappointing trial results for his antibody-based therapy on Sunday. So again, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that one either, William. So there's the two, MLTX and Kala. Just a couple of them just got absolutely thumped. So for those of you who think that shorting stocks is injurious to your growth, well, look at these bios holding these. Anyway, because the thing about them is that there was no clue this was going to happen. Not for the MLTX. It was just kind of moseying along, and even the Kala. RDHL. Let's take a look at RDHL. Red Hill. This is okay. So they won a New York Supreme Court appeal upholding a $10 million summary judgment against Mo. Now, my guess is that this thing is going to get appealed. But anyway, that's the news for Red Hill, RDHL this morning. BTQ, where are you? Where's BTQ? Oh, it's off. Oh, I see. It's only up 15%. Okay, so it's like IPO'd last Friday. more. Yeah, sure with this. Yeah, IPO'd on Friday. We have some news launches, whatever this means, a QSSN proof of concept with Denal. And I'm hearing one right now, guys. OTLK on the move here. OTLK on the move. The 200-day moving average at 169 or so. So there's some room. Completed FDA meeting to discuss CRL regarding a BLA resubmission for their drug. Pony was on the move also. Pony AI, another one that's been super active. The next high looking left is around 23.35. So there's some room still. Yeah, OTLK ripping here now, guys. So again, the 200-day moving average is starting to get a little closer. 169 is the 200-day. So let's see, MSS, again, on a monthly chart has a ton of room. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Beyond Meat, my goodness, Beyond Meat, BYND down 54%. Launches an exchange offer and consent solicitation. Meanwhile, the market's having a surge today, guys. The SPY, at least right now, the SPY is up 3.4. So forget about cat. I mean, there's always people out there who are going to try to play a bounce, but it's not like they have other drugs in their pipeline. So we're talking about Cala, then we have MLTX. There's another one, guys, just happening here. POAI announces private two. Okay. Okay, I don't know how to read all this. I don't know what it means, but anyway, POAI is just ripping now, guys, up 316%. I mean, they certainly covered up the press releases. Look at this. Predictive Oncology announces whatever this is. So is this crypto? Anything to do with crypto? I'm just looking down here. It says crypto down here. Looks like some kind of a medical supply company. But I'm looking down here, crypto. Okay, thank you, William. Okay, so it's announcing. So it's like the MSS. Okay, like MSS. How much? Okay, private placements now we're getting at 300. See, it's funny. Those other ones are not this word stopped, but now we're getting it. Okay, that's $344 million to initiate DAT or DAM, Digital Asset Management Treasury. All right, well, we've got these two now, MSS and POAI. POAI raising a lot more money than MSS. Trade of the week, guys, is Coeur. Yeah, COUR. I should put it in the announcement section. Yeah, so anything greater than 12, Steve is talking about. So that is Coor, the trade of the week. We got IBG. So IBG, there's the 200-day moving average at around 350. Yeah, 350. Okay, I'm hearing another one, guys. Zura, Z-U-R-A. This is, I couldn't see any news on this one. I couldn't see any news for Z-U-R-A. Yeah, no news that I can find on Z-U-R-A. Zura. Look at it on a monthly chart. Where could it keep going? I can see it's broken up. On the weekly chart, let's take a look on a monthly chart. Looks like the next high is around, looks like around 485 on a monthly chart. I think it's getting there, but that is the next high. Here's a little earnings play, guys. NVA, I'm just looking at this one. Not a lot of volume yet, only 23,000 shares, but it is an earnings play, NVA. Not too many, of course. On a weekly chart, 1902 is the next high on a weekly chart, and that is for NVA. Again, not a lot of volume yet. Crypto's had a bit of a resurgence at $1,700, 112,000 or so. All right, 9:13. So let me, after the market had a very good day on Friday, well, the Dow anyway. Let's take a look at XLE. Probably if the market, yeah. So XLE, so looks like energy is just definitely leaving that 200-day behind. How's healthcare doing? XLV. Yeah, I think at least it's within sight. Consumer staples, XLP, still below. So we still have two of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average, and that's consumer staples and healthcare. Zura, Z-U-R-A, still is on the move here, guys. I cannot see any news on it. Headlines, the Interactive Brokers not showing me anything specific. KYT is approaching 20 now. What's the high over here? So it's above that high, that weekly high. And I do not see any news on this one. Beautiful run though, almost a double in a couple of weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks. All right, Greg. So first of all, did you do the Greg in our YouTube room asking about links to the exact setups that I have? Well, I do have links to these two right here. I can give you that, but before you do anything, unless you've done it already. So I just put my homepage link in. Excuse me, my homepage link in. So I'm talking to Greg in our YouTube room. So when you click on it, the first thing, hopefully you have done this. Okay, if you go down to the education section, there is a section called "Getting Started with Trade Ideas." First thing you must do. Okay, it's going to help you a lot. And it's not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it'll get you. At least you understand all the basics. Okay, so that's getting started with trade ideas. Next thing, if you're looking for my scans, and you click on my homepage link, the middle section right here, my scans. So the two that you see here, it'll be presented in a different format, but I can show you how to get it to this format. But pre-market actives up and down. Okay, pre-market actives up and down. This is what I'm using. It'll look more like this though. Okay, like a grid. And all you have to do is right click on it and click on show tree map, and then it'll be in this presentation. Up to you. And I am sharing other scans. You're going to see some of them when at 9:30, I load what I call my 9:30 layout. Okay. You're going to see some other scans. So I am sharing all of these ones. But please, I hope you really have to, if you haven't done it already, you're getting started with trade ideas. Okay. Yeah, you're right. CCL is also an earnings play. You're absolutely right. And a lot of volume. Not up much, only 3.7%. You are right. It is an earnings play. So is it dragging the other ones up? You know, the RCLs, NCLH, even the Viking. I mean, Viking is a little bit different. These are Vikings about river cruising, but still, I would call it in the sector. Well, nothing is a buy right now, Edric. Okay, I mean, I shouldn't say it like that, but I mean, you have to wait for the market to open. I mean, this could have a gigantic pullback. We don't know if it's going to keep going. You know, and it's underneath the VWAP right now, so it's even pulled VWAP. So there's, there are things. Okay, well, races you're going to see in a moment. Okay, Greg. Well, actually, if you click on my homepage link, you're going to see one race that I'm running. Okay, that's the volatile race. So if you click on my homepage link and down to that scan section, right here. Okay, the biggest gain is from the start of the race. I'll call it the most popular race because it's the most volatile. You know, you're going to see some massive movers. I do have two other races that I'm sharing. They're not here. I can give them to you if you want once the market opens. They're large cap movers, either on the way up or on the way down. I'm just waiting for another couple of minutes, and then I'll load my layout that I use when the market, well, 9:30 open. Okay, guys, the SPY is sitting right now on the VWAP, that purple line. That is the VWAP right down here. So it's sitting on it. Will it hold it? Will it act as support? Okay, Sky T guys getting closer to $20. Sky T getting closer to $20, and I don't see any news on it. I mean, this is news after the market closed on Friday. The CFO registering 60,000 shares, I guess, to sell. So that's, I mean, normally that's not positive news, but you just have to wait, Greg. Well, you can actually load it right now if you want that volatile race. No, I have it set that it won't start running until 9:30, but there's a whole section in our user guide on racing. Okay, TI stock racing. There's a whole section how you can create your own. But I go over that at about 10 o'clock. Go over that race specifically, and then I talk about how you can create your own and obviously an acquisition. So look at this, yeah, MRUS, a big acquisition. And RCT has been pretty active, not just today, but in the last, yeah, I mean, 81 cents a few days ago. Now $2.21. And the reason, yeah, that's right, the reason it got going, I guess back here, is that it was joining NVIDIA's AI program to expand its operating system. Yeah, CCL, next high looking left is 32.42. Yeah, you're right about CR SMR. I did see it earlier this morning, SMR. Holding the VWAP. The next high left for this one is around 42.41. So yeah, about $3 to the next high. These sectors can kind of hit a bit. You know, if you look back here, these are the highs, $53, and they got down to 30. I mean, that's a few weeks ago, of course, but other one, RZLV, RZLV is moving here. Friday's high was 667 or so. It clarifies clarifies the SEC filing, reaffirms strategic growth initiatives. Are they doing a crypto also? Or how much more? The MSS is really starting to give it up a bit here, guys. It's still up 310%, but the high was up here at 650, and we're down to 388 right now. Well below the VWAP. Guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So let's see. I'm going to get the layout I use once this 9:30 open. So hard to get away from saying once this market opens because the market's opened. All right, just rearranging a couple of things here. There we go. So, Greg, so this is the race that is on my homepage. These two are not. If you want them, you can have them. I mean, but if you're just starting out, depends on your trading style. I mean, if you're looking for the real volatile ones, then this is the race. If you're looking at ones like these are large cap movers, they're not as volatile. And again, I don't get them starting until 9:30. You can run races in the pre-market if you want. I just choose not to. So this is that's the same pre-market actives up, just reduced down to the top six. Okay, so there's the MSS, POAI. We've talked. I don't think we mentioned as Steakhouse. Is that Steakhouse or Stakeholder? Um, STKH. Guess I didn't mention that one. 43%. Don't see any news on it. Morning, Harpreet. Do not see any news on this one for the STKH. 632 looks like the next high looking left on a daily chart. It's the volume, great volume. The Israeli company, 12 million shares have traded. Crazy low float, 540,000 in the float. How is that? As MSS, is it stopping its pullback? Not really. It's still moving down, guys. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not I was looking for maybe one of these high flyers, but most of the time these super low floaters are not shortable, which is most of the time that's also a good thing. Ooh, I don't know if some number came out at 9 925, but there's a little downtick in the market for the SPY. No, well, it depends what you mean. But no, there's really not scanner for news. No, I mean we do have a news tab here, okay, but it's not going. It's not like late breaking news or anything like that. So this is trade wave. So Greg, the blue area you're talking about the blue cloud formation. This is called trade wave, and you have to be times are right now 9:29. So very quickly, your chart. If you right click on a chart, you have to be on use browser interface. Okay, use browser interface when you right click on a chart. When you do that, you get some options at the top here. One of them is the indicator option, like the icon, and you click on trade wave. That'll activate trade wave. Okay. I know I went over that pretty quickly, but got to get going here. So I can go over that later. Okay, guys. So actually, okay, the large cap gainers. Sometimes these take a while to get anything in here, and it's because there are tougher filters in both of these. That's why you don't get too many sometimes. And you can see right now the large cap losers, nothing yet. Okay, Mara. So a Bitcoin, kind of a Bitcoin play. I mean, it certainly doesn't follow Bitcoin that closely, though. I mean, Bitcoin is up $1,800 today, so I'm sure that's it's not hurting it. I don't think there's any specific news on it. Let's see if Riot. So this is up almost 3%. Let's take a look at Riot and see if it's moving the same. Hmm. Yeah, about the same. So Riot and Mara are moving about the same. Riot's got a little more room though. If you look at Riot, I mean, $20. So it's got about $2 to the next high. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but no, also, guys, just if you're new here, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. That's not a recommendation to do the same thing. I'm just telling you what I do. NUAI, guys, NUAI on the move here. NUAI on the move. This was a big one the last 2 days, actually. On Friday, got up to 255, closed down here, 184, but it's on the move again. And play. Oh, that's right. This is the one with the Texas Critical Data Centers. Yeah, nothing in the large cap losers yet. I'm going to right click. I'm going to show you. Open the top list, blank. You see, blank. So nothing has met the filter requirements yet. All right, what did Kala do? Did it pop? No, not really. No, this got halted on the way down. Maybe this was a bounce play, but not yet anyway. Okay, I see here a couple of actually three cannabis plays right here. Actually, four of them. I see Tilray, ACB, I think VFF, SNDL. I think these are all cannabis plays. So trading higher after a video that discussed the potential medical benefits of CBD for seniors. Okay, just legalize it and get it over with. ONCY, ONCY. Let's see this one. What is this one doing? ONCY. Yeah, no losers yet, guys. So RCAT, this has been a very active one. I think I went over this one in the pre-market. RCAT. So maybe I didn't. $12 is the next high. I think it was RCT I went over. So RCAT. And why I do all this, looking left, just to see, if they're setting up. If I get the right setup for me, how much room does it have to move before it hits the next high? Are they on a daily chart or a weekly chart? And that sort of determines whether or not it's of interest to me. DWTX. So is this, yeah, underneath the VWAP still, guys? Okay, underneath the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, not wanting to take stocks under the VWAP, or only taking them if they're far enough away, and maybe the VWAP acts as a bit of a magnet. But I see MSS, I see POAI, especially POAI, really giving it up now. So this one obviously has room, guys. IREN, very active stock, 49.50 approximately. So about $4 to the next high on the daily chart. Okay. Now this one was interesting on Friday. I think this was the Friday play. LI, yeah. I mean, it got all the way up to $27, closed down here at 24. It had some news. I think the news was launching a $35,000 in China, of course. All electric, of course, SUV. So it really popped on that news, but it basically gave it up all day. But China itself, the China market itself was fading most of the day. You can see KWAB down here. So China is actually having a nice pop. So this is going to help stocks like probably the LI and how about XPAV? XPAV. Just looking at some of the other China EV plays. Well, no, LI XPAV is certainly not doing what LI did. So of course, there's BYD. That's another big one. EV player expects overseas sales to cross 20%. Where are they going to be selling? I'm sorry, that is not BYD. I'm sorry, this is not the same. I think because obviously this is the gaming stock. I think there's a. I don't know if it trades in. Okay, guys, trade of the week is Coor. Suggested entry is greater than 12. Okay, that is a suggested entry. Doesn't mean you have to do it, of course. It's early. 1217 is the next high. Take a look at it on a weekly chart. Trades of the week are free. Yeah, see, for me, for me, I probably want to wait till maybe 1221 if I were interested, just to take that out. Because if it does, then your next weekly high is around the 13 level. That's just me, though. Steve's got his own idea of looking at things. Steve Gomez from Trade Ideas, of course, the originator of the trades of the week. Give me one moment, guys. Give me one moment, guys. Give Well, looking for wild stuff, even in the large cappers, the BMNR guys. BMNR is, of course, very active. The next high is 55.58, so it's got about $2.50 to that next high. I'm just looking to see if there any bounces at all on the MSS or the POAI. Nothing yet. This one, this Fluence has been super active also. FLNC, FLNC. This is okay. Why don't we have any data on it? All right, so FLNC, it's above, of course, the highs of last week. I think Kala had a little bounce, guys, a little bounce, and it's been halted on the way up. VWTX is still challenging. Oh, well, I was going to say challenging the VWAP, but it's met the challenge a little bit over the VWAP now, guys. VWAP. Now, I know we have 903, but this takes into account pre-market. Okay, so 930 or so, including pre-market, is the VWAP. So it's above it or right at it. Market is still fading, guys, off the. I mean, it's still up, but market has been fading ever since. I don't know if some economic. I don't. I looked at my economic calendar this morning. I didn't see anything of significance, but at 9:25, market started to fall. Remember, I would. In fact, just before that, I was saying, I want will the SPY hold the VWAP? Will it act as support? Well, there's your answer. So Abdullah, I don't know if you heard my answer. I mean, we do have a news tab, but it's not going to be exactly. I mean, it's possible if in the pre-market you look at it, but I would, to be honest, I would find another news source. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers. Okay, that usually gives me what I'm looking for. Our news can be good for like looking for last week's news, things like that, or like even previous month's news. You can kind of go back and see what's happening, but I would not rely on our news tab for super current news. All right. Well, this is the news, I guess, on VFF. Okay, approving a $10 million share repurchase program. So that's, I guess, that's why. But it's also a cannabis play. So good timing on that. MRAM guys on the move now. That little red line that represents the next high on a daily chart somewhere. So let me bring up a monthly chart. I'm going to say this month, approximately, yeah, around this month right here. So that is February 2024. All right, guys, we're almost 15 minutes in. Now I can start to scour a little more closely. Report, FCX. Ah, there's CCL. So we're starting to get some large cap losers now. Ah, shoot, that was a good one. I missed it. I know you were talking about it, William. I don't know where I would have seen it first, but probably in this 3168. Wow, that was a good one. A couple of dollars right down. So ZIM has a little bit of room down to the 13 level, 1312. When I say that, I'm talking about a potential short. That's where the next low is. I mentioned this FOFO. Oh, I didn't mention it actually. It was on my list, but yeah, so it's starting to drift down now. Yeah, so Andrew, it is on the latest beta. Okay, now you're not going to see it every single chart, but it is on the latest. I don't know if it's on the latest alpha on our because I know we have an alpha build which you can have on our homepage. But as you can see, you're not going to see it on every chart. Depends how big your chart is. Question in our YouTube room about that red line. It's just you can see that. I mean, unless my 2 minute chart was a lot bigger, I'm not going to see. But there is the next high looking left, 55, 46. So all it's doing is just looking left to see what the next high is on a daily chart. So no, I did not put that in myself. That is, I think that is the default. Pepe, do they need the alpha version of Trade Ideas, or can they? Is it on the beta also? Do you know? But what version of do they need? Alpha. So they do need the alpha. So if you go to our homepage, there is a download called the alpha. So you can download that. Yeah, standard doesn't matter whether you're now the alpha was designed for people who want to run the money machine. Okay, if you but you can still download it even if you're not even you have to be a premium subscriber in order to run the money machine in simulation mode. But I think you can still download the alpha version. You just won't be able to run the money machine. But I think everything else will show up. So we go to our homepage, and you're going to see there's a alpha download called alpha download. And yeah, as Pepe is saying, it's only going to show when the stock is making a new high for the day or low. Yes, low, and then it'll look left. So these stocks here are not necessarily making new highs for the day. All right, guys, JFB. So look what it did. It got into the no shorts available. Actually, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. It got into the VWAP, and that stalled it. So and that was a big stalling. 1232 ish. Okay, and look what it did. It got into the VWAP, and then that just stopped it in its tracks, and it's dropped a dollar from the VWAP. Now let's see if there's a second challenge of it. Put a price alert in that area and see if there's a second challenge of it. A very low float. Look at the volume. 13.9 million. That is 6,200 times normal up to this time of day. So, as is also saying, there are three red dots or three dots. Display alerts on chart. I think it's probably the default, or maybe it isn't. It should be the default, but maybe it isn't. So the 3 dots are up here, if you can see what I'm pointing at. So you have the buy and sell, and then 3 dots. And when you click on, you have some options, and I think that is it's defaulting to that check. But if it isn't, then you have to check it. Well, you were right on, William, about CCL going negative. I think the last thing I so you say surely CCL will go red. Okay, well, CCL, I mean, at least it's trying to hold 30 perhaps. Okay, the VWAP is up here at 38, 84-ish, 39, we call it 31. So the VWAP maybe will act as a bit of a magnet. And there, wow, Fofo on the way down. Big calls on the way down, I think. What I'm really looking for here is some stock that's just underneath the, okay, how about Rivian? It's not underneath the whole number yet, but just underneath the whole number to short. Rivian, RIVN. But even if it did, yeah, would have to, yeah, I mean, if it gets down to 1498, at least I want to know about it if it does, because then underneath on the daily chart, it's got a room down to 14 approximately. So that becomes, a little bit interesting to me. So yeah, the cannabis plays, SNDL, CGC. So Funky Fred in our YouTube room, when you say you have Gap and Go, is there a Gap and Go scan? So when you say you have Gap and Go, what do you mean by that? I thought that would imply you have a scan for Gap and Go. But what do you mean by that? I have on my homepage. I am sharing. I'm not running them right now, but on my homepage, what time is it now? 9:54. On my homepage, I do have. Moment, I'll put the link in. All right, guys. There's Coor now. Interesting level. Okay. So on my homepage, I can do a Funky Fred in our YouTube room. So on the homepage, if you go to my scans, little section, I have a gap continuation or reversal. It's a multi-strategy window. So if you're looking for just something that's gapping and going, you're going to see there are 4 scans in here. One is a gap up and go. If that's all you're looking for, all you have to do is just uncheck the other ones. See what I mean? I'm not running them. Okay, so there are 4. Right click, and now in strategies, you see I've got the gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So if all you wanted is a gap up and go, just uncheck these. Just click on, uncheck them. Okay, if that's all you want. I'll keep it running for a while today. A lot of the gap up and goes are going to be up here. There's the SCOR, SCOR. All right, guys, usually, well, it's 9:57, so I'm going to go over my homepage right now. Just give me a moment. Ah, do that. So forget that link. I mean, you can take a look at the link, but that's not my homepage link that I just put in the main room. Okay, guys, so I just put in my homepage link. So if you do want to take out a subscription, first of all, click on my homepage link. You can get 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Um, the other thing well, before I start all this, so welcome to the room. If you are new to the two rooms, there are two rooms, okay? There's YouTube and then what I call the main room. Both see my screen, both hear me. YouTube has a slight delay. That's YouTube putting the delay on it, about a 5 to 8 second delay. If you wanted to come into the main room, what I call the main room, you can click on my homepage link and you see where it says trading room. That's for those of you who are on YouTube. You don't have to. I mean, if you want to stick in YouTube, fine. The trading room has a lot more action in it. Action meaning a lot more traders in the room, tossing around ideas. Okay, if you no problem staying in YouTube if that's what you want to do. And for those of you who come into the trading room every day, good idea just to save my link anyway. And then you have to save the trading room link. So you might as well just save my homepage link. And you can also, now I'm anticipating a better promo. I'm just waiting for it, guys. But so hold off on a subscription if you're looking for one right now. I think I got a 22% for monthly and standard annual, and I think 30% for premium annual. Okay, I'm just waiting for the code. Now you can also scroll down here, and the trade of the week is free. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Trade of the week this week is COUR, COUR, suggested over $12. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. They're designed for longer term holds. You sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be there. And the other thing I should point out, all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the promo codes. You see enough people using my code, they keep the room free. Next step, if you do take out a subscription, first thing that you must do is the education section. Click on the more info, and what you're going to see, getting started with trade ideas. Very short videos to get you started, okay? You must do this first. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, what I would do is start off on that second video, and you can look at the videos. That should give you good enough idea about whether or not you'd at least like to try us out for a month, okay? Next, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos if you're new to trading. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to access these videos. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, here they are. So this biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. I, you can see I do have other scans that I'm sharing, but this is all, what you see here is all I really have open. I don't have the combo scan open, Cafe combo scan. I don't have the gap continuation scan. I don't have the momentum scan. Doesn't mean you can't look at them and have them up and running. I just decided I really wanted to limit the number of things I see. And if you're looking for these two races, they're not here, but I can give you the links for them. These are just larger cap stocks. You typically, you're not going to see big percentage moves in here. You'll see bigger ones in here. While that can be more fun, but they're very volatile. So if you don't have any experience trading, you might want to more concentrate on something like this because they're not going to be quite as volatile. Here's the Halter Zooms is down here, super active already. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Okay. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting question, I probably can't answer, but I can direct you to the people who can. So let me just close this down. So you can see the JFB just triggered. Now, I want to go over this race and the concept of racing, okay? Well, I think it's something that even if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but what happens is you'll get a watch list automatically created for you. Okay, a top 10 watch list. So let me explain how you get that. So you notice I'm running 4-minute races. Now, what I should have done, give me a moment. If you click on my homepage link again and click on the education section, more info, and at the top here is our user guide. And oops, there's a whole section. There's a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay, how you can set up your own race with your own set of parameters. I'm going to go over this though. I'm going to show you how you can kind of do that by looking at this particular race here. Now, notice you see what I'm saying. See, you've got YC. Well, this is see YCBD is now up 13%. You rarely are you going to get big percentage moves in here. Okay, but this means they're going to be a lot more volatile. So you go up quickly and go down quickly. So why are we seeing 13.8%? I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, in the guide that I showed you, shows you how you can set up your own race with your own time frame. I just picked 4 minutes a long time ago. So what does that 23% mean? It means that since the race started, YCBD has gone up 23%. That is since the race started. And we're almost over the race. And you can see, it's a cheaper stock. So but it has moved 23% since the race started. So what happens is, if this wins, you can see YCBD won a race, well, in fact, it won the last race. You can see the last winner. If YCBD holds on to the leader position, you're going to see this 1 will change to 2. It'll go right to the top of the leaderboard. Because what happens is, every time a stock wins a race, it could be a top 10 list is automatically created of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And you can see 3, 2, 1. So YCBD won that last race. So now it's at the top here because it's won 2 races. So the 2 means eventually there will be a top 10 list created of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you don't have to wait, number one, for our race to be over for you to click on the symbol. If I see something that is at the top here, I'll probably click on it just to see what's happening. Is it setting up the way I like? Here's the NTAC. It's up 3.2%. What it's doing. So, it's running $9. I'd have to look, oops, have to look left on the weekly chart, on the monthly chart, just to see what sort of room it's got. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 960 or so. A little bit of room, a ton of room. When I say room, I'm talking about where is the next high looking left? Because they're going to take, for me anyway, the way I trade, I always like to see a lot of room looking left, so a stock can keep running until it hits that. I'm not saying it's going to even get, it doesn't necessarily, it could stop right now. Doesn't mean just because the next high is far enough away, it's going to get there. But at least I'd like to see the possibility of the stock getting into that area without hitting the next high. So another thing is I would click on any stock you see in the list. It doesn't have to be at the top to see what's happening with it. I mean, this NUAI obviously was very active before, still is looking, decent. I mean, it hasn't pulled way back or anything like that. If this sets up the way you like, a pattern that you like, it's over the VWAP, 221. Maybe use that as your resistance or your stop area. It's up to you. I mean, there's all sorts of different trading styles, of course. So you can, that's what I would do. I would click on anything. I'd also click on anything that's won a race before. See what's happening. Maybe it's just resting. Another one, just over the VWAP, that red line, that purple line on my chart. Maybe it's just, maybe it is setting up the way you like it. Maybe you have a moving average on your chart that you like to see a stock. You may move down into and see if that acts as support. Obviously, you have to have some trading experience. But those of you with some trading experience, you might have some very favorite moving averages that you like to have on your charts and see if they act as support. So why are these stocks showing? Why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these ones here? And why are these ones here? All races start from a top list window. So if I right click on the race, open the top list, this is what this race is based on. So just to start off, I right click on this top list window. Here are my filters. If the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, yesterday in this case is Friday, then it's going to show up in this list of stocks. Okay. And what I've done though is I've also done one other thing, limited it to the top 50. You don't have to, but that's just what I've done. Every scan that I'm sharing, I call it a template. It's what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see exactly. You can always make adjustments. If you don't like my price range, maybe there's something else. Maybe you want to add in a filter of your own. Now, let me explain this though, and why I think the race is pretty cool, especially if you're new, but even if you're not new. So before we had races, the way this, all we had was you could create a top list window and it would be presented in grid format. And what you could do is sort on the column headers. If you had the column setter, of course, column header. So what I've done here is I've sorted on the change from the close. That's why YCBD is up the most since Friday's close in this list of stocks. JFE, 77%, etc. It's a list. I can sort, as long as I have the column header, you double left click and you can sort on it. But what makes the race very cool is that a lot of people, and I understand, say, well, it's great to see the ones that are already up the most, but what about one that might be just starting out? How can we find those stocks? So that's what the race does. The race The race does not care if a stock is, up the most from the yesterday's close. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most since the race started. So, I mean, BQ is up 53%, but, it's at the top here. But what if one of these stocks down here, FCX as an example, it's up 5% right now. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it really started to move? It was up 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%. How would you know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks and try to pick the one that's starting to move up this list? Well, that's what the race does for you. You don't have to. Just let the race will tell you in your list of stocks what one is moving the most since the start of the race. Now, it could still be one that's at the high here. Doesn't mean you should just discount it just because it's near the top of the list. It could just keeping on going, right? And you look at the BQ, just because it was already up a lot. Look at that! Look at that jump right there. Look at the jump right now. So hopefully this is starting to make sense that you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters. You create a top list. I mean, if you wanted to take this race, fine, but you could make some changes to it. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Maybe there's just something you don't like about this. You can always adjust the values. Okay, right here. If you have any trading experience at all, maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Okay, completely up to you. So you can customize what you want to see, and then then right click and you launch the race. So if there are any questions about racing, just ask away. These two races, you can have them. I can give you the links for them. Understand also that if you load my race, one of these races right now, you're not going to see everything that happened from 9:30. Okay, your race will begin when you load it. So right now, if you happen to load this race, it's 10:13 Eastern time. Your race will start there. You get the question a lot: how come it's not looking like your race? Now you can run races in the pre-market. You can run this race in the pre-market and have it continue throughout the course of the day if you want. I've just decided, there's a setting within the race that says start at 9:30. I think this VQ probably is an all-time high, right? No, it is not. Sorry. I think you have another. I was thinking of BTQ. Sorry, BTQ. Very close, Greg. Okay, it's very, very close to real time. I mean, I'm looking at 246 right now. I'm looking at 247. It's very, very close. All right, guys. Well, the big flyers in the pre-market not doing it at all. MSS and POAI not doing it at all. When you click, Greg, when you click on any symbol here, our charts are real time. So it's so close that unless the stock is moving like a dollar in a nanosecond, it's not that big a deal because when you click on it, this is real time. And now this is a stock that is very, very, I mean, the spread can get very crazy. 910, 929. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales. Look at that. I mean, 9/11. It sort of makes it untradeable. Okay. I rely on this just to show me the stock. Okay. Now it's going to be very close to the price, of course, but the step is to click on it, and then really I'm looking at my chart, and I'm looking at my time and sales and interactive brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Yeah. So thank you for reminding me that. So you can create a race based on the stocks that you want to follow. So some of you may have a list of 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every day. Or even if it's not the same stocks every day, maybe you do a scan and there's 20 or 30 that you do want to follow every single day. It doesn't have to be the same stocks. And so you can create your top list window. You create a top list window. And then there's a section on symbol linking, watch lists in our guide. Shows you how to create a watch list and put those symbols in that you want to follow. And then you right click, configure, and symbol list. So you've created your top list window, and then the symbol list. If you've created the symbol list correctly, you would click on Add Existing List. It will be in a list here, and it's a little complicated, but and then if you see it, and if you've never done it before, you'll see it immediately. The list you created. You just left click on that list. It'll move over to this column over here. Okay, and then this is a little drop down menu. Exclude the following list. The default is all symbols. Then you would click only the following list and check it. And then when you say OK, that means that that list you created will get attached to the top list. And then you can launch the stock race just based on those symbols. And just so you know, any symbol list or watch list you create can be attached to any top list window, as many as you want, and alert windows. It's not limited just to the one. Man, that's my big miss, the CCL short from this scan here. They're the large cap losers. So the market right now, as we speak, at 1019, is just kind of, doing a little bit of chopping around. There's the VWAP. It's still kind of in the VWAP area, still up. So why do I have this SPY chart? If you're into the larger cap stocks, a lot of these stocks will follow what the SPY is doing. Okay. So it's probably a good idea just to check out what this. I mean, if all of a sudden you saw a giant red candle come down, giant red bar. I'm using bars, but candles. Imagine a giant red candle like that, a bar on my SPY chart. Probably, a lot of the large cap stocks will be following it. Now, these stocks here in this race don't really care that much about what the overall markets are doing, typically. I don't see any news on this one, guys. The BQ, just one of these China stocks, low flow China stocks that are catching a bid, obviously. They're catching a big bid. Now, wow. I'm sure PJ, you're out of this profile. This is now the big collapse. This is the big collapse now. This was an IPO a few days ago. Had an unbelievable run, low of around 465, up to today, up to 68, and now the big, 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 big sell-off. Not look at the volume. I mean, only 272,000 shares. I mean, for the stock to be down that much on only that number of shares, and you just got halted. I think actually this is got halted on the way up. A little bit of a bounce. Okay, guys, I just wish I could find one that's just underneath the whole number. Now, some of these guys, I mean, you can use this sort of a race and play bounce it, especially if these stocks can be following the market a bit, especially if they don't have any news on their own. I mean, CCL obviously has news because it's an earnings play, so it does have news on its own. A lot of these stocks, though, don't necessarily have any specific news on their own today. Gap has been in a sort of a decline for a while, but if you start getting a bit of a market pop, some of these might just pop along with the market. Especially if the market's down. I mean, the market's up, okay, but especially if the market were down, down 3 points or something, and then all of a sudden had a bit of a rally. And some of these stocks that are in here are just down because the overall market's down, not anything specific to them. Well, if the market starts to rally a bit, a lot of these in this, not necessarily today because the market's up, but a lot of these could get into rally mode. So if you get a day in which the market is down and then starts to recover somewhat, you might get a lot of little like good bounce plays in here. All right, HBM just over the whole number, 15. Hudson Bay Minerals, big float. That's the difference, guys. I mean, why you're not seeing huge percentage moves here is because in this top list, look how few stocks there are. Why? Because it doesn't have to be it's not necessarily the same stocks all day long, but right now, these are the ones in this list. So, because this is what I'm looking for, stock has to be between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares, 2% from the close. This is what really prevents a lot of stocks from being in here. I want to see the stocks near the high of the day. This is a great. We have a lot of great position and range filters. Depending on your time frame, this is the daily range. I like to see the stocks near the high of the day. Half a billion market cap. That's the other reason why there's not as many, and 50 million minimum float. Now, you could take this, but you may not like this exactly. So you got to always adjust it. And that's why there's not that many in this list of stocks. But doesn't mean this is going to be the same list all day. Either just expanded. Doesn't mean it's going to be the same list all day long. This is a lifetime high. HBM, this is a lifetime high. Pretty cheap for a lifetime high. Molybdenum and zinc. So it's not precious metals at all. Interesting. All-time high for this stock. I'm interested in this one. I mean, the longer it holds over 15. I don't see any news on it today specific to it, but obviously something happening. That's a big move, a 6% move with 379 million in the float. Yeah, what a run, what a big surge for Bitcoin, William. Yeah, up $3,600 right now. So again, you usually are not going to get wild moves in this one, okay? Because of the float. This one meaning the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So if you're new to trading, this might be something a little, I don't know about easier, but nothing is, I mean, but these can be, they're so active, so volatile. Well, some, of course, Trade Ideas is alerting me to stocks like this. I have no idea if it's going to be clean until I click on it, what you call clean anyway. Until you click on it, I click on it, and then you have to look at it, and right off the bat, I can see it's a lifetime high. So I'm not just miraculously on another notepad that you can't see of stocks that I think are clean. And his Trade Ideas alerting me to these stocks, and then well, and again, because this is a large cap or a large cap stock, you generally are not going to get like big topping tails or smalling or bottoming tails generally. Um, but are they as you're going to get the big percentage moves? No, that you're going to get here. And the other thing, remember when I looked at it, it was just over $1. I love the like here's Vera. Let's take a look at Vera. Let's see what it's all about. It's just over the whole number, basing kind of nicely over the whole number. Next step, look left on the weekly chart. What do we see? So wow, I mean the next high in the weekly, a lot of room. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. $33 though. I mean, we're talking what, $4 to the next high in the weekly chart for Vera. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, at least just like to take out one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation, and that is, next high looking left. All sorts of other reasons, right? All sorts of other reasons why a stock won't necessarily keep going higher. At least we don't have to worry about chart resistance. Now, a little more volatile on a 15-minute chart, as you can see, but All right. Will there be some support for Sophie right around the 27 mark? That is the next low looking left. That's why if I were interested in shorting Sophie right now, I wouldn't because there could be some support right around the 27 level. So let's see, how much further this can go down. Maybe it'll bounce. If there's any specific news on it, Morgan Stanley trying to maintain what? So they're not a fan of Sophie at all. They're maintaining their coverage with underweight and a target of 18. So Morgan Stanley is not a fan of Sophie at SOFI at all. Now, it's kind of funny because yeah, they raised their price target to 18 from 13 at Morgan Stanley, but still that's way underneath the current price. Yeah, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Somebody was asking earlier about news. I mean, this is what I use. Here's my news source. It doesn't mean it's going to be, you know, up to the split second news, but it's pretty darn good for something that I get with Interactive Brokers as part of Interactive Brokers, just news. I mean, the BQ has been on fire, guys. There's another 17% move. Now, before you start thinking, wow, this was up at $400. No, it wasn't. So this is split adjusted, reverse split adjusted. In fact, if I go to a monthly chart, my guess is you're going to see some crazy number right there, 1188, maybe even a crazier one. How about 10,000? Maybe a crazier one. How about 11? Anything even crazier? 20,000? 153,000? So in case you're wondering, half a million. No, the stock never got up to half a million, but it did a bunch of reverse splits. So if you took all the ratios that it did, one for 20, one for 30, I don't know what they were, and you multiply all those ratios together times the current price. That's why you get these crazy valuations. We've seen, I think we've seen even stocks in the trillions, certainly in the billions. Anyway, so it's just crazy. So you guys have been talking about UMAC. Here it is in the race. Okay, UMAC, the unusual machine. So what? So it's got yeah, it's got room 460, 1465. So you can see there are top 10 lists built in every one of these races now. So I'm going to click on, say, ERO, ERO. Let's see what's happening with it. Hmm. Other one's got room on a monthly chart anyway. 22, almost $23. A little over $3 to the next high on a monthly chart anyway. Right, HBM, giving me a little bit. I mean, these are not rocket chips. I use that term, these are not gonna be rocket chips like these ones. You catch these ones correctly, you know, yeah, you're gonna have some massive percentage moves. But what I'm saying, if you're new to trading, this might be something you wanna take a look at. So GTD, just underneath the whole number, 48.95. Let's take a look at it. So the next, well, it was a monthly high this month at 54. So which is about the same. 52. So there's some room. I mean, for TTD, there is some room. If I were going to get it, I would like to see it break the whole number first, like get to 49. Now, 50 could be a super psychological number to try to break. So it probably doesn't have enough room for me, even though, I mean, obviously, if it got up to 53, it'd be fine. But, my feeling is that 50 could really stall it. Pretty psychological number to get through. I remember this one a few weeks ago. This Epsium got up to 156. Ah, Macau. I'm not familiar with that flag at all. So that's the flag of Macau. So what are they? Oh, it's not a gambling stock. I thought it might have been a gambling stock. Distribution of wines and spirits. Ah, well, look at the CCL. Now, granted, they had a little look. Boy, look at the VWAP, guys. See the power of the VWAP in this particular case. See that purple line on my chart? See what happened? Got into it a few times, did not break it. Had acted as resistance on the way up. You were talking about no, you were talking about you weren't talking about the VWAP earlier, were you, William? Or you were talking about your 5.8? Maybe you were talking about the VWAP. Because man, that's classic. All right, guys, I've taken some off of the HPM. Why have I done that? Because at this point for me, it's still looking really good on. So I'm not going to get rid of everything. The wave is still very strong. Okay, that's how we use the wave now. But in at what was it, 1506 when we were talking about it? So say about a 6 cent stop. If we're looking for a minimum of 1 for 2, I mean, all I had to do was to get up to about 15, 18. So risk reward. So even though this was looked like boring, I mean, who cares about Hudson Bay Minerals, right? Boring as anything, but look at the volume that just came in. Copper miners gain on weaker US dollar and supply concerns. Okay, so it wouldn't just be Hudson Bay Minerals, it'd be probably a lot of, I think that's why FCX is also up then. Freeport, another big copper gold. So these miners are just having a good day. So again, how do I use the wave? It's not so much looking for a buy or a sell flag. If I see it early enough, fine, and it makes sense for me to take it. But what it does is it helps to keep me in the trade a lot longer. Just riding the wave. Now it depends on the time frame you're looking at. I'm on a 2-minute time frame. I don't know what it'll look like on a five. Probably still pretty good. Yeah, still pretty very good. 2-minute though, what happens is that you could start to see some downturns on the smaller time frames earlier. Now, so you don't know what I'm talking about. You can see how you've got a blue wave here on the spine, then orange. Okay. Now this is obviously very, very choppy, so hard to treat it like that. But if all of a sudden, it's already getting a downturn, and then that wave turns orange meaning the trend is starting to weaken. That's what gets me, out of a lot more of the trade. But what keeps me in the trade a lot longer, if I can take some out, which I did in this area up here, now I can hold on, and even if it has a little bit of a drop, as long as the color remains, I don't mind holding onto the trade. Just keeps me in the trade a lot longer. Whereas before, I'd be a lot more jumpy. On that little downturn here, it's possible I would have been out of everything. Okay, David, just give me a moment in our YouTube room. I'll answer your question in a moment. Oh, to load them into the let me see. I want to hmm. Just give me a moment then, because Marissa says, just give me a moment, David, okay? Give me one, just give me a moment, David, okay? I've just got something internally I have to do, okay? Just give me one moment. Let's see something. Okay, guys. So, okay. Now, Chris, is going to be in the YouTube room in about a little over an hour. Okay, David. But let me see if I can help you. So I can't use this because this is the money machine. Okay, and unless I was going to stare at it all day long. Okay, so I cannot use it. But let me. So this is how I think you do it. Okay. Yeah. I'm just. David. What I'm showing you here. And also, I'm not getting the big error message. Okay, so money machine settings. Okay, money machine settings. You see what I'm doing? Money machine settings, and then you see where it says strategy. There's three dots, and so if you've copied, I mean, I'm sure he must have sent you the collaboration link, right? And then so you would paste it in. If you've copied the collaboration link, then you just paste it in. Surprised it's a collaboration link and not a cloud link, but okay. You just paste it in. So let me see if I can do well, I'd have to see if I can do it. I'm surprised it's a collaboration link, not a so if I wanted this one, let me just try this. Right click, collaborate, copy all. Okay. Let's see if that works. Okay. Strategy, paste. There it is. Okay. So you've got to, okay, so in the email, you've got to, okay, so click on the link or copy the link somehow, and you got to get it into Trade Ideas so you can copy it. And Pepe, we have success so far. I don't have that error message popping up. So in the email, if you copy the link, you should just have to copy the big link. And then in the strategy section is paste it. Guys, HBM has turned out to be a very good trade for me. I mean, I did not think it would move this much, but we're at 1540 now. So the risk reward has turned out to be extremely good for me. Anybody who took it, you're okay. So David, does that make sense? You copy the link in the email, copy it, and then you should be able just to paste it in. Well, you have to click on those three little dots beside the strategy and paste. See, the problem is you cannot give me the link in there in YouTube. You'd have to come to if you come into the main room, I'll take a look at the collaboration link. If you come into the main room, because then you can paste it in. You can paste it in here, and I could help you perhaps. Thank you, Pepe. But am I right that in the email itself, all he has to do is copy it, and then, or we probably have to load it first, right? Load, not from cloud though. No. So, David, if you want to, you can come into the main room. This is the link. So you click, well, it's not the link to the main room, it's a link to my homepage, excuse me, and then if you scroll down a bit where it says trading room, then you can come into the room, then you can actually paste the link in the room, and I can take a look at it. Problem with YouTube is you can't, you guys, I can put links in, but you guys cannot in YouTube. Wow, that's a big pot for Kala, guys. I did not take this one. That is a great bottom fishing play for Kala because this was down at 136, 235 now. I know some of you probably did it. Oh, okay. Now it's interesting because now that's a cloud link. It's going to be interesting. Let's see if that works. Don't tell me it's only collaboration links that work, but I'll let me see, David. Okay, because that would really confuse the issue. But just give me a moment. I just got to. Yeah, I don't. I wonder now. Well, that looks like that's the issue. I can't believe that we're making it so difficult here. Yeah, David, I see. Okay, so let's see. I know it's okay. Load from cloud. Well, here's the race. Okay, but I understand now what you mean. What you want to do. Okay, so here's the race that he sent you. Okay, biggest gainers percent. So now you right click. You got to open the top list. Okay, you following my steps here? And now right click and collaborate. So let me do this again. So David, you've got this on your screen, right? That's the race that's on the screen. Okay. So now right click on it and open the top list. Open the top list. Okay. So you should have now the top list. Okay. Now right click, collaborate on that top list and copy it. Okay. Now it's copied. Now you go into the money machine settings. Click on the money machine settings, and then where it says strategy, the three little dots are here, and then paste it. And there it is. It is convoluted, but and then save it. Okay. Yeah, I agree. They need to send to money machine option. So did that? I can do it again, David. David is Red Hive in the room. Okay. Did that work for you? I mean, it should have worked. I mean, it's just a bunch of steps, but and then you run then you run the money machine on that. Okay, good. Sorry, I mean, it's just a gotta make it easier. No, it's not bad. I mean, if you can see my screen and I do it slowly enough, I mean, you're right, it's not that hard to do, but, I'd like to make as Pepe says, it'd be nicer if you could just send it to the money machine in one step. Exactly, it's only an alpha. All right. All right, guys. So the market now, again, it's just you can see the VWAP here. It's just kind of up and down that VWAP area. That's that red line, that purple line on my SPY chart. I don't know if we saw any news on Zura. I have it on my list, and I just see that it's up. And usually, when I'm doing my pre-market work, I put a little note beside it, and which indicates I could not find any specific news on it. Now it might have been last week. The news might have been last week. Might be just continuation because I had a nice. Yeah, so I had a nice day on Friday. There might have been some news on Friday, and maybe it's just continuation. I don't know, but I don't see any news today, specifically today, on it. This is a race to the bottom, guys, for the two big flyers in the pre-market, the big altcoin players, the POAI and the MSS. A race to the bottom here. One's at 133, one's at $2. So Ben Jr. in our YouTube room. So you can have some of them. Okay. I don't have a layout that I'm sharing exactly, but I have individual scan. Oops, just give me a moment, please. So on my homepage, Ben Jr. in our YouTube room. Oops, not that one. Not that one. Give me a moment. Okay, well, not that link. Okay, I can't get rid of it, but I got my homepage link in. Sorry. Okay, so there's my homepage link. I just popped it in. Okay, so if you click on it, I'm talking to Ben Jr. in our YouTube room. Okay, so if you scroll down a bit, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So you're going to cherry pick what you want. Okay, now these two, these two, the large cap gainers and the large cap losers are not. I'm not in here. I may get the gentleman who looks after my homepage to add them, but this is the one here that seems certainly more very popular. The biggest gainers from the start of the race. Here's the halts resumes down here, and this is what I used in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. I do have other scans that I'm sharing, but I do not have them up and running. Okay, I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. But if you did want these two, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, which of course giving me HBM, and the biggest losers from the start of the race, large cap losers from the start of the race. If you want the links, I can give them to you and anybody else. I mean, who'd have thunk that HBM would be just as, I know I'm saying thunk, but, HBM didn't even win a race. Well, last winner was HBM. Have you seen Nihon? Yeah, of course. Well, I shouldn't say of course, but he's right at the top here. BQ, yeah, 40%. Big move, 40% since the start of the race. It is the one really today that has sustained itself in terms of, low float and probably absolutely no news. No news that I can see. Yeah, the news is it's China and low float. That's your news. And it just got halted again. Okay, guys. My voice is cracking. Okay, guys, give me about 3 minutes or so. What are we now? 11:04. Give me about 3 minutes. I'll be right back. What time is it now? 11:04. So say 11:10. I should be earlier than that, but okay. So I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, I see this one just opened, guys. This is so a cheap IPO. Let's see if there's any enthusiasm as we speak. No. Singaporean stock IPO, $4 was the IPO price. And so as we speak, it is underneath the IPO price. So as we speak, there's no enthusiasm for this one at all. What is the news on YCBD? I don't think we saw any, but let's see. Yeah, no news. No news that I can see today. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. Crazy, 92 million shares, and there's got to be something somewhere, but I can't see it. I cannot see it anywhere. I'm just looking at my headline news and Interactive Brokers. I don't see anything. Make sure there's nothing that's snuck in here. That's um, that's 9:54 today. Yeah, something somewhere. Maybe some group in Reddit has got a hold of them. I don't know. All right, guys. Well, HBM HBM me finally never won a race here. Oh, we did win a race, but understand that there's a top 10 list. So if a stock wins a race and it's not on this list already, it's not going to supplant the last one here, if that makes sense. Oh, okay, that makes sense. CBD. Okay. White House makes making comments about. Well, that's why some of these cannabis stocks have been going a little bit crazy. Okay, I guess that makes sense. CBD for seniors. Yeah, this market, guys. Yeah, it still wants to kind of drift down. So remember last time we looked at this, it was hanging around the VWAP area, giving it up in a fairly big way now. So here's a new one for me, HXHX. Okay, I haven't seen this one at all day. It's up 5%. Another China stock. Not a lot of volume. I mean, five relative volume is excellent, but not a lot of volume. And yeah, the spread is not great. 171, 181, not great at all. Not for a $1 or a 170 stock with a dime spread. Don't like it. Well, let's take a look at MSOS. That's the cannabis ETF. Let's see what it is up. Yeah, 20%. Ah, okay. So if you don't want to buy an individual stock, man, that's a big move. Well, I don't have Momo. I don't have my momentum scanner up, Ian. Okay. So did you just load it? Because if you just loaded it, you're only okay. You're only going to see the last, like from the time you loaded it. Okay. And it's possible since that time, nothing else has happened in terms of the momentum scanner. Does that make sense? But I don't have it up and running. So if I load it right now, let's see what I'll see what I see. So if I load it right now, so I see enter. Okay, that's the last one. But let's see what happens afterwards. And understand that maybe, I can't remember maybe I made some slight changes in here. Any change I made would have restricted the number. Okay. It wouldn't have, if that makes sense. It wouldn't have added to the number of alerts you're going to get. It would have restricted them. Probably, if I can't remember, I haven't used this for a while now. And there's enter rate. See, that's why, I really now you probably could be seeing score right now, SCOR. I'm just showing it here. Are you? Yeah. Okay. So it's working then. It is working. And it's a good question because again, I just want to reemphasize if anybody loads my biggest scanners from the start of the race right now, you're not going to see all these. Okay. My race started at 9:30 Eastern time, so that's why my top 10. But if you load this race right now, your race starts at is your starting point is 11:17, and from there it will build a top 10 list for you, and it could be very different from this one. All depends on when you load the scan. That's why I mean, look at what happened here. This got up to 1367. It's a 2 minute chart. And then it got right back down to 954. So Matt, that's why yeah, they're wonderful when you get in the right side of them. But you just got to be really, really prepared for especially when you get these sort of parabolic moves. Okay, these giant candles, because you have to think that anybody who was in down here is thinking, okay, I better get out some, because you could have this big drop. And, I'm not saying you could absolutely predict this big drop after this pop, but I mean, you've got to be really careful. All right, guys. So I've got about 40 minutes left. Until Chris takes over for me. Not that link, sorry. I'm just gonna put my homepage link in again. Give me a moment, guys. Having a tough time. I think my promo code is gonna start working now, but let me see. Nope. Yeah, so Ben Jr., I'm not using any alert scans right now, like real-time alert scans, okay? But you can have them. I mean, it's on my homepage. The momentum, all of these are I've just decided, I like to run the races and that's all I need. But if you go to my homepage link, where I just put my homepage link in again, and these are all real-time alert scans right here. Okay, the momentum, gap continuation or reversal, or the combo scan. Okay, but I've just decided that all I need are these three races. But I'm not trying to force people that say, well, that's all I need. I'm not trying to force that on you guys. Well, that's why I've got some scans in here, real-time alerts. So let's take a look at HBM, guys. HBM, and take a look at the wave, okay? See how it just turned a little bit orange. So that is what has got me out of more of the trade. Not everything though, because it wasn't like a violent move down. Okay. Of course, it all depends on where you got into. If you took the trade, where you got into the trade. So Ben Jr., is there a way to automatically export those symbols as they show up in scans? Are you talking about like to an Excel file or something like that? Like export to where? You're talking to Ben Jr. in a YouTube room? Well, I don't know about any file. You can certainly export them to Excel automatically, though. I don't. I know we used to be able to somehow, when an alert would show up, it would automatically do it, but I'm not sure that that happens anymore. But you can do. Let me bring up. Let me bring up my momentum scan again. Well, here's an alert window, okay? So I could do something like this, highlight everything, but I don't know if it's gonna do I don't think it does it automatically anymore. But right click and, I can save contents to an Excel file as an example, okay? But to have it automatically when it shows up to go, I know that there used to be a way, but I don't know if there's still a way to do that. Chris will probably know. Just give me a moment. So it is the alert logging option? Okay, so I guess you can still do it. I've never done it, so oops. Where is that, Pepe, the alert logging option? So you can do it, okay? You can do it. I just don't know where that alert logging option is. Okay, so right click, not send to, okay. So hold on, Ben, you can do it. I just don't know. There it is in the guide also. Chris just, in fact, let me just put this in. Chris just answered me, Chris Farley. This is how you do it, okay, in our guide. Oh, you enable it in tools. Okay. Tools, options, display, okay, display the CV. Okay, I guess that's it, right? Okay. So tools, and then in the general, and then I'm assuming it's integrate the CSV logger tool. So you save it. I don't want to do it. Well, I'll do it, and I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll do it. You have to save it. Now what happens? Would have thought it'd be something somewhere here. Anyway, there it is. Oh, alert logging, right? Okay. So that's what you do. Okay. So you have to activate the alert logging tool, and then you right click and alert logging. And what happens then? I guess it goes into some kind of a folder. I'm going to get rid of that because I don't want that. Oh, premium monthly. Okay, good. I'm glad it worked. Something I've never done. Okay, guys, so there is a promo on. Okay, I did not I misinterpreted what it meant. So I just put a couple of promo codes in, okay? Barry 22 and Barry 30. Now, what that means is you can get 22% off a premium monthly subscription. And don't worry about it. I know I have a lowercase e there, doesn't matter. Our 30% off a premium annual subscription. So on the standard subscriptions, these promos won't work. You'll get 15% off the standards. But if you do want to take out a premium monthly, you'll get 22% off. A premium annual, you'll get 30% off using Barry 22, Barry 30. A little confusing, but and the reason they're doing that, of course, is because if you want to try the simulator, the money machine in simulation mode, you need a premium subscription. All right, guys, 11:33. Still have my HBM, some of it, and it's just now. So we're in sort of no man's land right now. I had a little orange, little slender orange, slender blue. Still no reason to get out of my entire position. Oh, sorry, I'm just seeing your comment now, Nihan. Well, it got halted at 11:31 or resumed. I'm sorry, it resumed at 11:31. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, which it was. Well, all the halts resumes. Typically, when a stock gets halted, typically it's a 5-minute halt. In this case, the YCBT was halted at 11:26 plus 42 seconds, and it came it resumed right at 5 minutes later, 11:31 plus 42 seconds. But it didn't really pop. I mean, 183. It got halted at 183. It resumed at 183. Really didn't move much. I mean, it did get up to 193, but give me a moment, guys. I just have to let the gentleman who looks after my homepage contact him. Just give me a moment. I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a Fidelity customer, Alan, but yeah, I didn't try to buy BQ at IB, but I don't know if it's one of those ones that prevented us from buying it at Interactive Brokers, one of those stocks that they're trying to save us. Guys, nice little move for HBM still. Nice little move for HBM. Again, this is an all-time high, so there's no chart resistance for HBM. It's just because it's an all-time high. No, I didn't try to buy it. I saw it, of course, all day, but I never tried to buy BQ. Doing other stuff. Okay, how about this one now? Armin, ARMN. So another mining company, okay? Probably, well, it's not in, no, it's in Vancouver, my hometown, but this is gold, so it's not copper. And look left, and there could be some resistance not that far away. Let's take a look at a weekly. If it broke that, where could it possibly go? We can't see it on a weekly. Let me go to a monthly. Where? Oh, this is another one, guys. This is another kind of like HBM all-time high. Hmm, interesting. A lot of mines in Colombia. Okay, guys. Time is 11:41, so I think I just want to confirm that it'll be Chris. So I'm just going to confirm it's Chris in our YouTube room, Chris Varley in our YouTube room. You'll take over for me in about 18 minutes while I take my break for 1 hour. And he just confirmed it. Yeah. So it'll be Chris in our YouTube room in about 18 minutes while I take my break. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. Okay. The main room. What is happening with Wolf today? Okay. I haven't seen Wolf. Oh, this was such a great short. CCL was such a great short earnings play. You called it, William. I mean, you said, you can't believe it wouldn't go red. Remember when it was up here, this was a very positive earnings play. Take a look at RCL. Well, this is down almost 5%. Let's take a look at RCL, see what's happening with it. No. So RCL is still the leader, down a little bit, but not a lot. NCLH, Norwegian, what is it down? They'll have their earnings coming up, both those two, I think. October 29th. Yeah. Well, a month from now, so not exactly coming up. Ooh, Cypher, guys. This was a really this a CIFR. So this was being hit hard for 3 days. You know what? Put a price alert around 12:35 and see if it takes that out. That's the high of Friday, because if it does, then it's got some room on the daily chart at the 1360. Not saying it would get there, but it might not happen today. I mean, never happen, but at least put the alert there and see if at least it gets there, maybe today or tomorrow. You're mixing up your South American countries, I think, Rick. Okay, you're talking about the speedboat. They were Venezuelan, I thought, not Colombian. I don't know if you're just kidding or not. Um, Wolf. Okay, somebody asked about Wolf. Any news on it? I don't know. Let's take a look. Okay, so what's happened here is that interesting. Normally, the provider. This is obviously a reverse split. Okay. Now that's a typical US reaction. All countries are the same. Sorry. Um, sorry, but Wolf. Yeah, this is not it's definitely a reverse split. It's not a 1,500%. Let me go. I'm surprised because the provider that we use now usually has got that under control. But let me just check. The float is right. 25 million. That is right. Well, I have no explanation then because the float is right. I thought maybe but there's no way this is up 1,500%. There'll be a reverse split somewhere, I guess. And it's possible that the provider that we use, Dilution Tracker, has not taken it into that account today. It's possible. Funny though, because it's not showing up anywhere here. So, but I have no explanation about why that because our provider usually is bang on now. Okay, guys, 12 minutes. Still have some of the HBM. Ooh, okay. Now this one might be interesting to me. RGTI. It's just underneath the whole number. RGTI moving down. What's the next low? It's got a dollar. It's got a dollar. This is a quant stock. Quants earlier. Maybe that's yeah, Wolf or Cat Me. I mean, I can't see the news on Wolf, but usually that sort of stuff will show up in my IB headlines. But this is all I've got. You see, it's all well. Maybe I have to click on the halt. I guess is it actually trading? It's not trading. Ah, okay. It is not trading. It's been halted for a while. Now you've got to pay attention, SKM. Definitely got to pay attention. That's why I can't really do it because unless I just cannot. I cannot pay attention. You've got to manage the exits. Orca. What sort of room does this have? Little bit, not a lot. Well, 50 cents or almost 50 cents to the next high. Orca, ORKA. Okay, guys, just waiting set 11:52, about 8 minutes. Funky Fred in our YouTube room. That's I really don't know. I mean, you would think it would, but I don't know. Question was, do I think that the government shutdown threat will impact the markets? And remember, I don't know. I mean, you would think so, but I just don't know. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room. Don't go yet. Chris is not there yet. He'll be there in about 5 minutes. I'll hang around in the main room for another 5 minutes or so, just waiting for. I'll wait for Chris to show up, of course, and I'll put my announcement up. Again, I'm still here. Oops. Boy, CCL. Once after that initial little pop here, then it got into the VWAP from $30.11. It has been basically straight down. Look at the 15. I mean, even the two though, you're hardly getting any dramatic movements up. CCL was just well, definitely the best short. Lots and lots of volume. All right, guys. BQ just got halted, and wow, what a move! I mean, look at this move now. I mean, it was now an 886, now back up to 13. Wild and woolly, and halted, of course. Okay, guys, that's it for me in the HBM. Okay, that's it. I don't want to hold on to it, even if I know it's probably orange. Don't want to hold on to it anymore. I'm going to take my break. A nice, pretty relaxing trade, getting all the way up to 1550. Okay, guys, 11:59. Let me first of all stop my music so I'll hear Chris if he pops in. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. He'll be here any moment now. All right, I heard a little pop. Okay, guys, Chris is in the YouTube room, and I will now put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. Bye, Chris.
Good morning.
That was about as terse a good morning as I've heard from you to me.
Yeah, well, today is the Monday of all Mondays.
The Monday of all Mondays. Well, you got to admit, it was pretty exciting on the weekend yesterday, watching the Blue Jays and the Yankees going right down.
Oh, yeah, I was out in Connecticut at a softball tournament, so I completely forgot about it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. I forgot about it, and I kind of saw it on Twitter in passing last night, and I was too tired. I forgot about it this morning. But yeah, no, that was exciting the last week. I mean, they just kept pace with each other, and
Yeah.
look, Yankees got to get through Boston now to get to Toronto, and that's going to be
Yeah, I know.
one toxic set of series.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. I don't think there's any love lost, right, between Boston and
No.
New York in terms of, well, any sport, but especially baseball.
Nope, not at all. Not at all.
Well, all right, my friend. I'll let you get on to talking stock because I know that's what you want to talk about, stocks and the money machine. So
Can't wait.
okay. Well, then I won't make you wait any longer. We'll see you in about an hour.
Great, Barry. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
All righty, everybody got eyes on my screen. There we go. Perfect. So as per usual, open forum. Come and hit me with your questions, folks. All right. So open forum as usual, folks, here. We'll do this for the next roughly hour, give or take. I don't do any pre-done content on this. I rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions. So don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. How's the money machine doing? It's doing. Today I haven't really been able to use it like I wanted to because various other troubleshootings for things kept taking out my layout and interrupting the money machine on me and losing the trade management and some other things like that. So when I was running it for the few minutes that I could run it the way I wanted, it started off promising. First roughly 45 minutes, and then it came undone as I kept having to change things for different troubleshooting reasons and lost my positions, trade management so far, and so forth and all that. So it was an encouraging start, but I don't know how it's going to turn out at this point because I had to keep turning it off and resetting things. So we'll see. But so far, in the early testings here, I've liked what I've got going on, and we'll see how that translates to live trading in the future. So don't be shy, folks. Get those questions in. I'll move that back out of the way here. All right, if nobody's going to come at me with any questions for now, I can always go over some of the stuff coming through my oh no, I can't because my layout's been reset multiple times. I don't even have a top 10 list to look at, really. Well, that's a bummer. Good one, Ty. How do you create a separate account? So I would go to the Accounts tab here for the paper trader, right-click, add new simulated trading account, give it a name, give it a value, press add, and you will have that. And if you ever want to get rid of other ones you've created, you just right-click those and delete simulated trading account. The only one you can't delete is the TI paper trader trading, whatever it is, the default account that should come with software when you launch. Is this based on AI in the background, or is it more mechanical like Holly? I'm not sure what you mean, Rick. I created a strategy for the money machine. I've got this strategy I created here. I mean, I did it myself. Nope, that's not the strategy I want. That's some other nonsense that's in there. Where is it? There we go. So I created this inside here, and I gave it some parameters to run on for trade management and how we rank the stocks. I did tighten a few things last week. I haven't seen as explosively good results since I had done that. So maybe, after this week, I'll have a little more data on if I want to loosen some of the stops and exit settings up to where they were similar to what they were before. But I also haven't seen on the couple of down days that I've had, one of them was a huge set of losses, and I haven't seen anything like that on the down moves either. So, it's always a trade-off, right? It's always a trade-off of what you're doing. Yeah, you'd install over it. You can't have multiple versions of the software installed at the same time. You can only have one version of the software installed at a time. So moving into the alpha would mean that you are installing over the either current production version that you're on or the current beta that you're on. No, you cannot backtest the money machine. You want to backtest, you have to do it with alert windows, but it wouldn't translate to anything the money machine would do because they're different technologies. Nope, you don't have to uninstall anything. Only if you were to go backwards would you uninstall. So let's say you install the alpha and you're one of the unfortunate people that's getting one of the bugs that we have in it, and you wanted to go backwards, you'd have to uninstall that alpha and then reinstall the production or the beta version, whichever you want to go to. When you're going forward, you can just install right over it, though. No, when you reinstall, or when you upgrade, it shouldn't mess with anything that you have saved at all. You have to forward test with the money machine. It's all forward testing, no back testing. Yep, Rick. All right, Pepe, good to know. I'll pass that along. Maybe we can put some kind of blurb with the download there. I'm going to share that. And let the powers that be figure how they want to do that. No, yep, that would be helpful. It's good to know these things. Unless people tell us, we won't know. Yeah, no, you won't lose anything there. And then, just to be on the extra safe side of things, what I would do is this: before reinstalling anything, I would go File, Save or Share to Cloud. I'd click Entire Layout and give it a name, and I'd save it. And if you want to be ultra extra careful, which I highly promote, I would go through each individual window, right click, Save or Share to Cloud, unless you've already done that in the past. But I just think it is really, really a good idea for every and all users to back up every single individual window and their layout to the cloud. There's no reason to not do it. The only reason I come up with not do it is lazy. And, backing up to the cloud means that if something were to happen to your computer, you got all your stuff backed up to the cloud. If you were traveling and you had to get into your account for some reason, you'd have access to all your scans from the cloud from that new computer. And if you just bought a new computer, you'd have all your stuff in the cloud from there as well. So local save is great, don't get me wrong, but the cloud gives you some more security and safety. What additional features in Money Machine Alpha that are currently... Nothing to do with pre-configured strategies or anything like that. The only other item that's really there now is if you go to Tools, Options, Brokerage Plus, go to Calculations, and you can choose to calculate based on the bid ask for an entry exit, or choose to use the last price as the exit. The thing with the last price is that if you've got stocks that are really spready, you're not getting last price. It's highly unlikely. You're more likely to be if you're buying, you're more likely to be buying closer or at the bid, and when selling, you're more likely to be closer or at. When you're buying, you're more likely to be closer to or at the ask, and when you're selling, you're more likely to be closer to or at the bid. So the bid is a more conservative way to test a strategy. Use the last trade price. That's a more favorable way to test your strategy. I always like to err on the side of caution, and if something's working when it's looking at don't want to say worst case scenarios, but toughest case scenarios, let's call it, I think is a better way to put it, then you know that you're onto something. So that's the only other real main thing that's in the alpha besides just being able to access the money machine part itself. How do you know when to buy and sell using Holly? Well, with Holly, you get this here. Let me get this out of the way so we can see. Also, I should probably get a drawing tool out. Bear with me while that loads. And where's my menu bar? All right, so with Holly, if you don't have the window out, I'm going to go from where I'd go at the beginning if someone was new with Holly here. And let me put that over there. And I would go new, and I would look for premium AI strategy trades window. I'd open that window, and it's going to look something like this one right here. Mine is set up for me because I've gone through and customized it the way I want it to look like for me. But you'll have something in the ballpark of this, and likely if you're a new user, right here, you've got a filter on there that's going to say only profitable. There might be something like that, also some other filter here. I always think let's get rid of all the filters because I want to see everything. So I just make sure there's no check marks in this and no check marks in this. And then you've got the alerts there. And so essentially the alert price would be here, the entry price, right? And you get a timestamp of when that happened. And you see them live as they come in if you've got it loaded from the beginning of the day. And you'll never see a Holly alert before 9:35 a.m. Eastern. That's the earliest you'll see them. Doesn't mean it'll happen then. And then you get a stop price. If you don't see the stop price here, go ahead and right click Holly, go to columns. And on the right side is the master bank. And so it's all alphabetical order. So I'd come down and find stop price, and I'd use the arrow to move it over to the selected columns on the left. And you'll get that there. And those are the two things that you get from Holly on entry and exit. From there to the upside, it's entirely up to you how you'd like to manage it. So Harry, let me know if that made sense. I can go back over any of that. I know sometimes I go quick. But I was trying to go over more from the very beginning of starting Holly, not knowing exactly where you are on your journey as far as the software goes. So we can go back over any and all of that and more, but I'll just make sure you're caught up there before I proceed on any of that. And then Iris, Chris, since the interface of indicators have been changed, I'm quite lost. Can you help me how to install a 10 EMA on my chart or different times? All right, perfect, Harry. Good to know. And don't be shy, Harry. Get those questions in for me. I'm here for I'm here till 1 Eastern, but there's also Barry who runs the trading room. He's on break right now, and he'll be back here at 1, and he can go over a lot of this stuff with you as well. So don't be shy. Nail us with these questions. That's what we're here to help with. And then Iris, so on any chart, doesn't matter the time frame. First off, if you want to change your time frame, there's a little clock up here. Should be real easy to locate. So there you go, Iris. There's an arrow drawn to a clock. That's on a 5-minute and a 30-minute, or excuse me, 60-minute and a 5-minute and daily. It's all the same across the board. Those are your clocks. All right. That's how you can change a time frame. If you go ahead and click on it, see all the time frames you've got there. Now, if you want to go back to the old manager on the indicators, Iris, if that helps you, the 3 dots, click the 3 dots, uncheck new indicator manager, uncheck that, press OK. And you can go back to the old indicator manager. And you got this right here. And you just build it out the way you want. If you want to use the new indicator manager, it's easy enough as well. Click on the indicators, go to indicator manager, click on it, and you've got them all right here as well. And it's very similar, just a little different how the tabs are done. But to create an EMA, click on EMA, select your period, select your color, and press add, and that's it. So there, I put a 30 EMA and a blue line right there on that chart. So let me know if that makes sense. Hopefully that does. And then let's see, BQ resumes at 15:19. So I guess if BQ is going crazy on the day, 2 more clicks to save to the cloud. You're asking too much. Yeah, on occasion I get that. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Didn't find it. Where are the 3 dots? They should be right on the chart. Top right. 3 dots, top right on the chart. So again, don't be shy, folks. Get those questions in here for me. Get those questions in. Iris, I've got the 3 dots circled on my charts, standing there for you. I'll even draw arrows to them now. Hopefully you can locate them. Let me know when you can locate them. 3 different time frames. The dots are in the same spot on every chart. With the hours inside the money machine, has anything else changed? Just that one thing that I went over before, Rick, about the choosing if you want your calculations in Brokerage Plus to be using bid and ask or the last price. That's the only other real update at this point. Mike, see what's happening? So, all right, Iris, if you click the 3 dots, there's one that says display new indicator manager. I've even gone ahead and circled that. If you want the old indicator manager, uncheck that. I'm going to leave that just like that on my screen till you locate it. It should be real clear. 4th from the bottom. And again, anybody else with questions? Then you are not on the version of the software that it should be impacting you at this point then. I would surmise that you're on 5.6.104 is what I would guess, and you're not on the beta. Okay, we found it. Yes. There is. I don't know what makes it come on or not. It's always random to me if it's coming on or off. It's sometimes I notice it, sometimes I don't. You got it, Iris. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Glad we got you sorted there. How do you trade with the stock race? It's just idea generation, like all the rest of the software. You decide what you want to do from it, right? You create a scan based on what you want to see, essentially. And from there, it'll bring back the idea, the ideas that the scan is generating, and you make a decision from there on what you want to do with that. How do you get into the money machine? You need to go, this is my preferred way to do it that I'll share with you. There's 2 different ways. I'll go over them both, but I'll go more in details on what I like personally. There is the money machine. You could go to new money machine. It'll open this up here. I don't personally like that. I don't like predetermines like this. I like to get into the real nuts and bolts of things to really do what I want with it. So I would do new Brokerage Plus, and that'll open a window that looks something like this here. I'm going to draw a big pink X across it. Yours will look something like this. Again, it'll have some variance because I have mine set up very specifically for me. And once you're there, you're going to see money machine settings, and you go ahead and click that. You check. I don't know if there's pre-done profiles in this now or not. Some people told me yes. Some people told me no. I never know exactly. Some people have more trouble finding things than others. And I've also seen times where defaults weren't in someone's account for some strange reason. It happened in the download. But either way, you can also look for strategies in here to coincide with the profile, and you can start building strategies in here. We don't have anything pre-done in there that's some magical anything at this point. I think it's best that folks get in there, start building some stuff, testing it, so on and so forth. I had some videos on the Money Machine that I had done. They seem to have moved the web page, and I can't find it right now, to be honest. But I thought they were decent videos anyways for the, first little bit that we're here. Here's the page. So here are a few videos on the Money Machine. You don't have to go over the videos now. This is for the general public, but when we're not here doing live support, you could refer to these videos at that point, get yourself a little more help. But the Money Machine is very advanced. That's my 2 cents on it. And so, like anything else, you have to understand some of the basics to get the advanced, right? And the Money Machine, building a strategy, it requires you to understand top lists and how they work. And happy to go over a little bit of top list back and forth right now if that if that works for you or anybody else that's out there. So I'm just going to kind of proceed and do a little top list background on what they are and some basic designs on it. So let's go and navigate to new. This is how, if I was going to look, I'm going to build something now. We'll build it with you and we'll stick it into the Money Machine together. So I'm going to go to new. I'm going to go to top lists. And I think the first thing to really understand here is, like any other scan, you're saying, hey, scan, I want you to return me stocks that meet the parameters that I'm telling you. And that's the first part of what we'll be doing here. And so when you open a top list, you likely have some defaults in there. If you go to the Windows specific filters, it's probably going to have a number of filters in there with some values. You just go ahead and get rid of those values if you want and start from scratch. And to do that, after you get rid of whatever default values that are in there on that startup, I'd go to search and let's start thinking about what is it that we want to build. Essentially, filters a data point, a technical data point, different price, volume, moving averages, RSI, ranges, so on and so forth. And so you can use the search terms and we could search for things if we have something in mind. And if it exists in the system, you get it returned. So RSI, for example. Be good if I could type, right? So these, the RSIs we offered. If you got an SMA you're thinking about, these are the SMAs we're offering. You got a VWAP. You got your distances from VWAPs. I don't think for the most part people want to be using these VWAPs in their scanning. It's just telling you what the actual VWAP is on a scan right now. And just for a little more context, VWAP 1 is just the VWAP. That's it. 2 means it's anchored from yesterday. 3 means the day before yesterday, going back 3 days, going back 4 days on the 4 and 5, like that. And the same thing with the distances here. They work the same way, that they're anchored from those specific days versus just your VWAP. It's the VWAP today. So there's got to be probably like 200 filters or something like that, or more. Maybe I've never counted actually. I know that between the alerts and filters, I think there's just over 500. In the top list, we're only working with filters. And that's what makes this dynamic into the Money Machine versus the alert windows have to have the alert event with those as well. But so we can build something here, and I'm going to say, well, first maybe I want a price range. So I click on price. I add that filter. I'm going to say, I want to see stocks in between, let's say, $5 and $35, for example. And I come back here, and I could look at volume. We have a number of volume filters. You got the units over here and the name of them over here. So I'm looking at shares today, and I want to add that filter. I'm going to say, it's got to trade at least 2 million shares on the day. And then I say, I want to make sure that also it's got some more volume that's kicking in. Not just, I'd call this kind of volume liquidity. I'd call this kind of the action volume in a sense. Your relative volume, and I'd say, what, let's add that, and maybe I want to see that the relative volume's at 3. We're kicking at 3. And maybe I want to take it a step further with the volume. We have this 5-minute volume percent here. Now, every one of these filters that I'm going over, I know what most, if not all the filters do at this point, but nobody's expected to know all of them. I know it because of troubleshooting things for so long on this, but I don't use all the filters, and I never probably likely will in any capacity. But we have a help page for anything. So if you click on one and you press help, you've got a question about any data point that we have, it'll return a page that looks like this for you here and gives you the definition of it, some calculations on some, maybe all of them, and then some examples of how they could be used and why folks would use them inside of their trading strategy. So on this 5-minute volume here, I happen to know it's taking a 10-day average of 5-minute breakdowns in a percent. So 100 is normal. 200 is 2 times, 300 is 3 times, 400 is 4 times, so on and so forth for the volume that's doing. So we're going to add that, and we're just going to put it at 200. You see it's kicking 2 times what it's normally doing. And is there anything else? Let's keep it simple like that for right now. Now, I'm going to press OK, and it's going to bring me to the summary tab. And for the moment, the way this is going to work is it's going to find me these stocks that meet this criteria. And then it's going to take the ones up the most from the close, the prior close, and they're going to be ranked at the top. That's called our server sort. We can change that server sort. I'm going to go over that in a moment. But first, let's get out there and let's look at the top list. And so we'll name this, and we're going to call it Money Machine Testing Live Stream. I'm going to press OK. And let's see, not a whole lot's meeting the criteria of that scan right now. So there was a server sort that I talked about. Now, each top list is set that it can, by default, populate the 100 top stocks that meet the server sort, meaning that if there was 200 stocks that met the filters I just made, the first 100 would get on this list based on the ones that are up the most from the prior day's close. There's also the display sort in the top list. And if you look here across my columns, you'll notice that the change from close percent is indented. And so that means the order that they're displayed right now is changed from close, biggest on the top, smallest on the bottom. And I could change it if I wanted by double clicking. Oops, gotta get rid of that. So double clicking, it's gonna order it where the largest, or I should say the least positive change from the close is at the top. And we could, flop that back and forth just by double clicking, real straightforward. There's a color scheme here. I won't go too far into the color scheme because I don't want to go down too many rabbit holes and side things. But if you go to properties, you can color scheme based on the filters and how you want them to look for that color scheme, essentially. So sure, Iris. I mean, this is just a kind of a nonsense scan that I'm creating. There's nothing special behind this at all. Just a couple of things that came to mind that were very simple and popular. There's no real juice behind it. There's no anything, but you can have that. Save it to your cloud because I will be deleting it at the end of this here. So that's the top list at its core. Now, when I go to load it into the money machine, something important to understand is that it's going to have my filters and then my filter sort. I got to decide, do I want to look at the stocks that are up the most from the prior close, or is there another way I want to rank the stocks within the money machine? Right now, I'm kind of digging on the relative volume ranking, just a personal preference. Now we're going to get this scan into the money machine itself right now. So the first thing I'll do is I'll close the money machine settings for now. I'm going to right click and I'm going to come to collaborate. And I'm going to take that link right there. I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to go back to the money machine settings. And I'll make a new profile, money machine testing. And I'm going to use those 3 dots next to the strategy, just to the right of the strategy. And I'm going to press paste collaborate. And now you can see it says Money Machine Testing and Live Stream. It's got that there. It's looking at the relative volume ratio for the sort for me right now. And then we'd start to go through each individual of these here. There's little tool tips on them to go over what each one of those does. You decide, do you want to use the trade wave for your exit? If you don't know what the trade wave is, you'll have to brush up on that. I got videos on that as well, and we could go into detail on that a little later here as well. If you're not using the trade wave for entries and exits, you then use the stops and exit settings for the rank and trailing stop. You go ahead and set each one of these parameters as you see fit. Again, little tool tips there for each one of those. Once you've done that, if you're creating this as a new profile, you save as such, save as new profile, and bang, you're done. You come back, you can see those settings are all there for you. And if you wanted to rock with the money machine on those settings, you press Start Money Machine. I'm going to mess around with this in a different account. There we go. Start Money Machine. Oh, no. Hold on. One setting I want to change. Darn. Where is that? All right. Machine messages. Okay. I want this to be on paper trading, money machine settings, testing, paper trading account. Now save. Now go. There we go. And then we can see it just populated the first 3 stocks right there right away. And should anything else move up the rank to fit and get in, it will automatically get me in that. You can see here that it's populated stop prices for me. And if they get X amount into the profit based on my settings, trailing stop will then trigger instead. And so that's where we will be living with that. Chris, will the stock change on the chart? You build before? I'm not sure what you're asking, Iris. If you could try to rephrase that, maybe. I'm not quite following what you're looking for there. The above happened twice when I was using yeah, I mean, it's going to find stuff that's up the most from the prior close. You know, the question always now is, you know, does it have more juice on it, or is it done for the day? There's no money machine for live trading right now. You can only use it in paper mode. When the live money machine goes ready, it's going to be an add-on. But the paper is included in everybody's premium. There's no date right now for when it goes live, though. Yeah, I mean, some of these stocks have, I think, you know, probably made their moves on the day. A lot of times stocks, you know, they move early in the day and they don't move afterwards, right? But they be sitting towards the top of everything as far as change from the prior close goes. So, I mean, look, this thing gapped up massively, still holding up here, you know, up 60, whatever, 64.5% from the other day, just not currently moving. So that's, you know, that's where the, you know, the knowledge of indicators in the market and all those things comes in. You know, it's not just about building a scan for the sake of finding things that did move. It's finding things that could still move. No way to predict. Never a way to predict. No, Bill, there's not. You have to go with one or the other. I mean, let me think. Get rid of that number one. Stop. Let me think. I don't think there is, because with the trade wave, well, all right, you know what you could do? You could do this, Bill. You could do this. Hold on. We could do the trade wave and start the money machine. So it's going to get whatever the stocks are, it's going to get into. I could right click and I could go to show money machine exit strategy here. And I could change things in here. I can't undo the trade wave actually, though. Yeah, you can't undo the trade wave. All right, so that wouldn't go. I forget, how do I get rid of this again? So, all right, well, we've got this here. Can I get rid of that? Yeah, all right, so moving the money machine stop loss will remove this position from the money machine automated trading, and you will need to manage the position. So yes, you can, Bill. There you go. You could also get rid of it just like that. Well, that didn't get rid of it, actually. There's a bug I'll have to report. Oh, there we go. Cancel. That gets rid of that. So that's what you could do there with that. You can go into the, oops, sorry. Click on one of these. Get rid of the stop like that. Oh, it shows it on the, I see. Shows it on the chart still. It's grayed out now. That's what it is. It's showing where the stop was. So like if we look here, this has still got the stop. Watch. It looks, it's there like that, but you see it's gone here when I click on it. Watch this 1075 stop's going to disappear from Brokerage Plus, and it gets this kind of grayed out look here now. Got it. All right. Take a screenshot of something. All right, folks, don't be shy. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. All right. Well, so with topless, there's no alert window. There's no alert for topless. Only alert windows have alerts. So you wouldn't want to collaborate an alert window into the money machine. You do a top list. Now, if you have an alert window you want to put in the money machine, you'd have to collaborate it into a top list first, because alert windows also don't have a sort on them. So you got to get that set up as well. If we go and let's say I've got an alert window here, I'm just going to load a random alert window. I got this alert window here, and if I want to make it into a top list, I would right click it, collaborate. I'm going to copy that, get rid of that alert window, and go to new, top list, and I'm just going to hit OK, because it doesn't matter what the top list is to start, because I'm changing it by collaborating. So right click, collaborate. I'm going to paste that in here and press OK. And now we've got the top list based on the alerts filters. Now I would want to come to the configure here and pick my sort. And you're good to go, essentially. And you can right click, collaborate this link, into the money machine settings. So that's how you want to do that. Well, if you want to automate an alert window, you've been able to do that for many years now. So that's what the money machine is specific to, is being able to automate top lists. You've been able to automate alert windows since, I don't know, either sometime in 2017, I want to say, maybe very late 2016 or sometime in early 2017, you could automate your alert windows, but a much different topic than topless. But with the alert windows, you need that alert event versus the top list. You just simply build the top list and you get your filters, and you enter and exit based on rank of stock. Good stuff so far. Good stuff so far. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Nobody's got anything. I don't know. We'll tour the market on a recap of that, I guess, for the day. But anybody has any questions still, don't be shy, please. Don't be shy. Still trying to get my head around the sort in the money machine. I'll make it so that the top gainers get in the top. But the top gainers based on what, Justin? Top gainers based on change from the open, change from the close, change from 5 minutes ago, or change over the last 5 minutes, change over the last hour. There's a number of ways to look at the top gainers, right? So we come here, stop this. So if we come here, in the filter sort, we can decide. So past 2 minutes, you just got to look at it. Change 2 minutes. Change 2 minute in percent or dollar. Pick which one you want, percent. Now that's how it's going to work on this. It's going to rank the stocks like that. And I press start money machine. And the stocks that are up over the last 2 minutes, the most, you're going to rank the highest here. So AUPH. So based on the rest of the scan that I built, that's what it's looking at over the last 2 minutes. So you got to set that up too. So if you come to the settings here and you go to stops and exits while you're not in the trade wave, that's where this comes in. Essentially, this is saying if you move out of, the top ranking positions, and, your top ranking positions is set by this, your maximum position, the 5 right there, I've got. You do that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever you want, 10, whatever it is that you want. But this is saying if it drops out of, the top positionings by this amount, let's start rotating things. But there's also something in here to not let you over rotate as well for the amount of minutes it's been in the top and how long it needs to be out of the top to get into it. Software's great. Best in my view, it depends on your trading style. There's no, it's like going to that question is like going to a menu and asking what's the best thing on the menu. If I tell a vegetarian I think the steak is the best thing on the menu, they're not going to agree with me, right? I like swing trading. I like this scan right over here for swing trading for me personally. But I have an entire system around how I trade based on that scan that I've come up with. It wasn't something, that just came overnight. It took me some time to refine and figure out what kind of trader I was. My first 2+ years, I thought I was going to be a day trader. I had to learn that I'm not a good day trader, just as simple as that. Wasn't from lack of trying, wasn't from lack of trying to come up with systems and things like that. Just didn't work very well for me. I had success with swing trading. It was just the way it, went. So there's no best in any of these things. It's what's best for you and your style. But there's, the software isn't going to say, hey, buy this now and sell this now, and you're going to make all this money. That doesn't exist, unfortunately. So, that's part of the key. We're a tool here. When you go to build a house, right, you've got all these different tools that you need, but you need to know how to use the tools. Same concept, and you need to have a plan, right? You don't just say, all right, well, I'm going to buy a house and order a bunch of wood and concrete and sheetrock and pipes and electric wire and things like that. Blueprints and a design and all those things like that. That's where the trading plan and things like that come in. This is the tools. This is the materials, right? And you got to come up with the blueprints and the plans. What kind of stocks do I want to trade? Why do I want to trade those kind of stocks like that? Why would I get into the stock, when it's on my scans? Why would I get out of it to the downside as a stop? And how would I manage it to the upside as well? So those are those things like that. There's no 2 or 3 strategies that's going to have a success ratio of 60 or 70%. I'm sorry to, I know nobody's going to like to hear that, but those are just the cold, hard facts. Where can you find statistical data for the stock market? You do a lot of web searches, a lot of data out there. I don't know what kind of statistical data that you're looking for, Rick. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. Just vet the sources. That's all. I noticed when using multi-strategy window and clicking on something, I get the next high or low. Yeah, it's been a bug for probably 2 years, Ty. I put it in, I made a report on it, and it seemed to, and I bring it up every once in a while, and it seems to be lost on, whoever would be, working on that. So sorry, I don't have an answer of why the alert window doesn't do it when it used to, and it's only in the multi-strategy now, unfortunately. Not a bad idea as far as, as far as the spread thought goes there, having different strategies for that. But with the money machine, you can only you can run one strategy at a time with the money machine. The plus minus window. Oh, the pulse. Sorry, don't mind me. I can't read, Stacy. I apologize. Yeah, so you're going to come to new, and you're going to look for compare count. Where the heck is that? I can never find it. There we go. Compare count window, and you'll get this. And then you're going to configure your green data. Generally, people are using new highs, whether you want new, you want new pre-market and post-market highs as well, or just the regular new high. It's going to have, some defaults in there. And you decide on your filters. Again, there's some defaults in here. You can get rid of those defaults if you want, and then start to search out what you want in here as far as the filters go. And so you do that for the green side. And then you do this. Usually people have the red side mirror the green side, except instead of new highs, you'd be looking at the new lows instead. And that's how you do that there. But you have the filters mirror the green side as well, so that you're looking at the same kinds of new highs versus the same kinds of new lows. And that would be how you configure that. Yeah, absolutely. Stocks they behave much differently. Lower price stocks, much differently. When you've got stocks that are over $50, usually the quarter mark isn't having much of an impact on you. Where if you've got a stock that's under a dollar, every cent or so, could be a resistance level. You never see that at a stock that's $50. That each penny could be a problem. Yeah, absolutely, they behave very differently as you go up in price. And if you're around long enough and your memory allows, you'll also know that some stocks have a personality. No, you cannot share it. Your custom will not transfer to the other person unless you guys created your customs in the same order. And so what I mean by that is this. Um, oh, now it works. It wasn't working the other day. So like you see here on this says U0 is 1 minute volume percent for me. Unless, if I do a custom scan with my U0 1 minute volume percent filter, unless someone has that exact filter done in the U0 designation, it wouldn't translate. So customs have to match perfectly, not the formula, the designation of the formula. The designations go U0 through U99. You can have up to 100 customs. That's it. Taking a screenshot of something from some troubleshooting. PSLV, sure, we could look at PSLV. Let's see what we got here. I mean, things gone kind of crazy right now. As far as, what, third day up in a row like that. It's just been on a tear anyways over the last month or so, give or take. So, I mean, it's very strong. It's in a very nice uptrend from back in, let's see, let's make sure we get this right. It's been a nice uptrend since April. Move up, consolidate, move up. A couple days consolidating, move up, consolidate, and another move up. So you're going to want to see some kind of consolidation up here, slight pullback. Otherwise, for me, it's a chase right now. So a bit of a chase right now, but it's in a very nice uptrend for several months now. Could it run both? You can run one money machine strategy at a time, one single one. I possibly will be doing one either Wednesday or Thursday. I'll probably do a 2-hour one of those days. Confirm in the next day or two about that. Excuse me, I had to mute myself real quick because I had a sneeze coming on. The money machine has me in positions. I want to change strategies. So I close the money machine to change a strategy. Does it close out, flatten positions I was already in? Only if you check that option. So yeah, Ozzy, if you go to in the money machine settings here and you check exit position on stop, that is saying close my positions if I close the money machine, if I stop the money machine. If you don't have that checked, then they'd stay open unless you close them yourself. Sorry, looking for a link here for someone asking.
Barry. Do you want to answer a tie before I take over? I know. I'm sure I know the answer, but you might as well.
But you're smarter than me. Back to compare count.
No, when it comes to you're the money machine guru.
Not yet, but I'm working on it. So compare count window market pulse is that window in general. Overall to individual settings. No, it's an individual thing, Ty, right now that's not tied into the money machine in any way. You could manually eyeball it and say, things aren't going well in the market right now, or again, well is kind of subjective. If you want to see the market selling off because you're in short strategies, you want to see this red line making a move up. If you're long, you want to see the green line moving up and you want to see the red line moving down. So you could, discretionary decide how you want that to impact what you're doing and say, you know what, I'm up in the money. Things are moving, against me as far as the overall market goes. Let me start closing out positions and then I can shut the money machine down. And if we start to go more green again, I start the money machine again. I know Dan wants to tie it into the money machine at some point. I don't know how exactly and when, but for now it would just be manual like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mr. Varley, I will take over for you now. Thank you again. Plans for tomorrow? I think I heard you say you're going to do the webinar again on maybe Wednesday and Thursday, maybe.
Yeah, probably will be an or. It's tough because like last week I missed the whatchamacallit meeting, the dev meeting a couple of days, and there's some things I really need to lean on them about right now. Okay. So probably likely just Wednesday at this point, with me having to do those meetings on both Tuesdays and Thursdays. But we'll see exactly how that shakes out. But I'll look at a 2-hour time slot, probably like 11, maybe 11 to 1 on one of those days. We'll see. We'll see. But definitely.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
You got it, my friend.
So I'll take over now.
I'll hang here until you're back on.
There we go. That's me. Okay. Thanks, Chris.
All right. We'll see you all later. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I've taken over both rooms now. Just give me one moment as always, got to get my music going. There we are. That's why I was looking at XLE. I wanted to see what the energy sector was doing. SMR is it still here? Yeah. No, sorry, not SMR, SM. I guess it didn't win a race, but it was just underneath the whole number, 25, 26, and it's an energy play. And I took a quick look to see what XLE was doing, and XLE was weakening. So in a little short of this one, this SM right now. You might have seen me put XLE up. I just wanted to make sure that XLE was moving down also. Didn't want to go against the sector. And yeah, so XLE was moving down. So a little short of SM. And again, YSM because it was underneath the whole number. But I'm not expecting. I mean, I'm just. This is to me a bit of a scalp trade. Oh, Todd. All right, now what I'm looking at is maybe, but I doubt it. I just don't see anything. So some of these high flyers in the pre-market, see if there's any strength in them, but I don't see any. So I think I'll just stick with my the large cappers. See if there's anything. There's Moderna, guys, over the whole number, 2513. So there is Moderna and the 2568. So there's a little bit of room for mRNA. How's my trade? Actually, pretty good. HBM was a really nice, fairly relaxing trade for me. HBM. I haven't done too much other than that, and now just this SM short. Now I wonder about BQ. I'm going to stick, believe it or not. Oh God, 18. I'll put a price alert at 18. Why not? You never know. Later on in the day, just powers right through, and as it goes on another late day run. Yeah, HBM showed up in the large cap gainers. Never won a race. I might have won one race, but that's all. But yeah, it was on a 2 minute chart. It was basically straight up until this point, until 1550. But in just over 15. Well, there were certainly other things but I'm tugged in so many directions that, obviously it would have been nice at some point, maybe to find a way to get into BQ, of course. But I was happy enough with about a 6 cent stop to, no, I was selling some along the way, but moved about 40 odd cents for me. So with a 6 cent stop, not bad. Relatively speaking, Mike, see, a relaxing trade, relatively speaking. Certainly compared to these. I mean, these are fabulous if you get in on the right side of it and you've sized yourself correctly and you can hang on to some of these. But I always say, I mean, this is probably, if you're new to trading, this is probably not a bad race to look at. Yeah, energy stocks are weakening, guys. Yeah, there's another energy stock, PAA. Take a look at any others here. Boy, the last time I saw FLNC was well over 12, I think. Yeah, it was up here, almost 13 FLNC. This has been a really, really high flyer, but look at what happened. Got up to that high there, 12.9, and it's sitting at the low of the day now. And it's an energy stock. So definitely following the sector, even though this is one of those little cheap ones that typically may not follow the sector that closely, but so that's a good mini lesson. If you want to get into, say, an energy stock and you're thinking about it, you should probably pull up XLE just to see what the sector is doing. I mean, the sector has been just, selling off all day. So the only thing I can suggest, Rick, is the consecutive days, so that you don't see. I know what you're talking about. You get one giant day and it's wiping out all 6 months. I mean, it's consecutive days that you want up. Hmm. You might have put a minimum of. I mean, it's not going to give you month to month because, but at least it'll stop. Getting the one big blast, unless of course, in the previous, like if you said six consecutive days up as an example. Now you could have had, 5 modest days and then a huge blast. I get it. But you're just talking about a gentle run. The other thing is maybe let's take a look at the position or the range. So I mean, you've got a 20-day range, which is say a month, okay? You've got a 20-day range now. So you could probably, I mean, maybe try the consecutive days and then limit that 20-day range. Remember, it's a percent, right? So you could say, give me a moment. What? So kind of restrict, the maximum that it's run in 20 days as an example, but it's been on a 20-day run, but restrict it. Whatever that is going to be. Now that's a dollar, okay? You can do it percentage wise. So you put maybe I mean, whatever you think would be a maximum run you want in 20 days. The problem is it could happen on the 20th day still, so I don't know if there's anything that really is going to say like inch by inch by inch by inch, on daily, unless you really restrict the percentage, say in 20 days, which is a month. Nothing is going to give you like 6 months though. You can try it, just see what you get. But again, it doesn't mean that the last day of the 20 days could be the big pop day. I've never tried that, okay? So I've never really looked at 'cause mainly because I'm not really a swing trader. So something like that, I've never even tried to, configure. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:15. So I will take a look at my homepage one last time today. I think yeah, the promo codes have been changed now, so it's a little confusing, but I'll go over it. All right, now clicking on my homepage link, I think, yeah, see, thank you, Rudy. Rudy looks after my homepage. So that's pretty clear. Okay, so if you want to take out a premium monthly, you can get 22% off. If you want to take out a premium annual, you'll get 30% off. The other plans, in other words, the standard subscriptions, either monthly or yearly, you'll get 15% off. Now remember, the monthly subscriptions, the 15% off standard and the 22% off the premium, it's only good for the first month. Okay. So I think that's pretty clear. If you have any questions about it, just let me know. And of course, what they're trying to do is push the premium because you people want to try out the simulator so that they can try the money machine. So I understand why they're doing it this way. And if you take, wait a minute, if you scroll down, you can get the trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have a Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? And all I ask again, if you're going to take out any sort of a subscription, please use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the promo codes, and so if they see my code being used enough, they'll more than likely keep the rooms free. Okay. You do take out a subscription, go to the education section and scroll down a bit. And getting started with Trade Ideas, the very, very first thing you have to do if you take out a subscription. So at least get you started. I like to say it's not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but yeah, right, Rick. Um, so you have to do that first. If you don't have trade ideas, but you're thinking about it, I would start off on that second video. Again, these are very short videos. I, I think that should help make up your mind to at least if you want to try us for a month. Okay. That's what I would do before I took out a subscription to anything. Just take a look at these videos. If you're new to trading, free set of videos for you if you're new to trading. The last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. Scroll down, and here they are. Okay. Oh no, no, Rick, you don't think in Canada we've heard that before? I know you're not lying. So, biggest gainers from the start of the races here. These two I don't have on my in my list of stocks or scans or races in this case that I'm sharing. If you want them, just let me know. I might get Rudy, who looks after my homepage, to add them. Here are the Halts resumes. Here, this is what I use in the pre-market up and down. Here's some other scans that I'm sharing. I personally do not have them up and running, but you can certainly have them up and running. These are real-time alerts. Caleb. Um, actually, no, it's really it's just for U.S. stocks. So I know, yeah, I know I'm Canadian, live in Canada, but no, it's for U.S. stocks. I mean, there's sort of a way you can scan for Canadian stocks, but I don't even talk about it anymore. So no, this is you're scanning for U.S. stocks. And welcome, by the way, Caleb. There's Caleb in our YouTube room. How do I set up the position of the open under the close of the previous day? So under the close of the previous day. Probably that's going to involve a custom formula, but let me see. Okay. I don't think I'm almost 100% sure you can do it with a custom formula, but let me just see. Have you ever written a custom formula before PKT? Oh, good. All right. I'm glad. Okay. Well, let me I'm I'm sure we've got the data points, but just let me I just got to find okay, now I'll give you the link. I'm pretty sure though. So you're looking for position. So you want the open to be under the you want the first trade of you want the first trade of the day to be below the close of the previous day, correct? First trade of the day. Okay. So so there's okay, there's today's open. Okay, so there's expected open. That'll be the first trade of the day. Okay. That's the first trade of the day, today's open. Or it could be, yeah, maybe it is just the gap filter, but is it going to be the gap filter? Is it going to necessarily be below close? Yes, I guess. Yeah, maybe you're right. You're probably right, Shady, because that is based on the close. Yeah. In fact, yeah, you don't have to get anything convoluted. So if you just use the gap filter and make sure that and make the gap, some really low number. Yeah, you don't have to do that then. Let me just move off this and get here. So yeah, if you just use the gap filter. Thanks, Shady. Yeah, say gap percent, add the filter and use the negative number here. Okay. Yeah. So just use a negative number, whatever negative number you want. I mean, you can make it as small as you want. That's like 1.01%. All that's going to do is at least 0.01% below the previous close. So yeah, just use the gap filter. Would have been kind of fun to create the custom formula, but yeah, you don't have to. Okay. Because that's what it's doing. Stocks where they open was at least, on whatever percent you want. It can be as close to, you could put minus 0.000001 if you wanted, but it'll ensure, just like it's saying, stock where they open was at least 0.01% below the previous close. That should be good. Then we don't have to do make a custom formula. Okay. Thanks, Shady. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything else? Okay, here's another one, guys. It's just underneath the whole number, ADMA, and probably got a lot of room underneath. No, spoke too soon. So the next low looking left is not that far away, about 26 cents away. So not enough room for me on a weekly chart anyway. You know, this riot in Mara really moved. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing this right at the very beginning of the day. Well, maybe it is going to start tracking Bitcoin a little bit more strongly. I mean, obviously, Bitcoin is up. Take a look at IBIT. Am I using the alpha version? Yes. Yes, Pepe. I saw your comment in the YouTube stream, Pepe, to Chris. Yeah, the alpha version, all it means is it's the same as the beta version, except it just gives you access to the money machine. There's no, this gives you access to the money machine. Yeah, so the only way it shows is if a stock makes a new high of the day. Okay, Rittman. Uh, stock has to be making a new high of the day, because what it's doing is then it's able to look left to see where the next high on a daily chart is. So for instance, it's not going to show it down here as an example. I'm looking at IBIT. If you had an alert and it was down in this area, well, that's not the high of the day. But if IBIT all of a sudden popped up on one of your scans and was for instance, let me just show you. So see, the reason why I don't see a lot is because these stocks are not necessarily at the high or the low of the day. They're just moving within the list. So that doesn't necessarily mean they're the high or low of the day. So look at Enta. Now, if Enta at 1204 happened to be the high of the day, but it's not. But if you have an alert window and your alert is the new high of the day, it should show up. Okay. Have I not seen it here though, Pepe? I could have sworn because that's all I've got now, and I could have sworn clicking on these if it happens to be the high of the day, coincidentally. But you're probably right. It has to be from an alert window. And if the trigger is a high of the day. Well, the problem is, well, because it wants to look left to see where the next high is, assuming it's at today's high. That's the reason. Oh, I see. Now we don't need the alert window. Okay. This is the way it works, Rittman, because it wants to look left, assuming you're at the high today, and then it looks left. That's the way it works. Now, is that support and resistance? All it's doing is showing you the next high on a daily chart or the next low. I mean, a lot of people won't necessarily think that, well, is that absolutely support or resistance? I mean, I do, but I always look at that stuff and thinking, okay, that's where it could stall. But a lot of people will say, well, that's crazy. It's only one day. Is that really support? Is that really resistance? Yeah. If it's coincidentally a new high, yes. And so what Pepe is saying is that, yeah, so it's just showing you the next high on a daily chart, Rittman, okay? Or the next low if you're underneath. If it's at the low of the day, that's all it's showing you. So you may not think that's support and resistance. Support and resistance is a tough one, guys, because I mean your idea, or I'm just not you, but one person's idea of support and resistance could be very different from somebody else. It's all there's no hard and fast rule. What is support and what is resistance? In my opinion, anyway. All right, guys. Well, I'm not in anything anymore. The SM was okay. It wasn't great. It was just hoping for a little bit more, but market is still, from about 10:45 to now, 1:30. A little bit of a blip up here, but not much. And selling off. So we've got a minor disconnect in the market. We got the Dow actually down 72, and the Qs are up a bit. Spies are up a bit. So we have a little disconnect in the market in terms of the so-called value versus growth stocks. Do I use the BTFD? I know what it stands for. I can't say it, John. No, not even sure there is a scan like that. I mean, you can create something that that stock that's dipped, and you're looking maybe at a bounce. I suppose that's All right, Obi or Mike? Mike. Obi or William? Sorry, sorry, William. 3:30 to 3:45. Okay. Obi, are we going to one up William? Yes. Well, it'll ensure it has to be at least that much below. Okay. It has to be at least that much below. If you use the max and a minus number in it, it has to be at least that much below on a percentage basis. You can use the dollar value if you want, but if your original question was just show me stocks that are open below yesterday's close, then any negative number in the max filter will show you stocks that open below. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to be below the whole day, of course. Now, if you want to see stocks that are maybe more likely to continue below the close, you might want to use a bigger number instead of just minus 1%. You might want to use a bigger number if that's what you're looking for, like minus 2%, as just as an example. So a stock that opens up at least 2% before yesterday's below yesterday's close. I'm not saying it can't come right back up to yesterday's close, but maybe a little bit harder. Maybe that rather than something that is just literally could be at yesterday's close, just a touch below. Make sense? All right, guys. As you know, this BQ now sort of getting me intrigued with how many races it won. 24 races. I haven't seen one like this for a while, guys. Used to see, and even the YCBD winning 10 races. Don't often see like something in the large cappers on the way down or up winning, 24 races. That would mean that some large cap stock is really ripping, or some large cap stock is really ripping, but on the way down. Yeah, Enta. Okay, here's our red line. Okay, there's our red line right up there. All that means, I mean, if I could hover, if I could, it would be easier to see what that number is. So that would be the next high somewhere on a daily chart. Or monthly chart, I have to go back. So probably somewhere in this month. So that's in October. So a year ago, almost a year ago, there was a high. Oh, there's another one just underneath the whole number, MPLX, big whole number, also $50. MPLX, what's the next low looking left? 49.09. All right, guys. So I'm probably going to start wrapping my portion of the day at 2 o'clock or so. I'll always say later if there are questions. William says he will keep the room open sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. So even when I leave, the main room will be open. I will have to shut down YouTube, but I'll put the link for those of you who are in YouTube who want to head over to the main room. You can do that. Okay, Addie, you're going long SPY. This is in our YouTube room. Okay, good luck along the SPY. So a little bit of a move here. Okay, here's another one on the way up, just over the whole number, SDGR. But yeah, I don't like how much or the lack of room. Yeah, you see 2007, next high is 2030. For me, that's just too close. All right, has MSOS given it up? And the answer is no. Well, sort of. On the 15, it was a big run, then a drop, and now trying to recover again over the VWAP. DOJ requests extension on marijuana rescheduling, but decision could still come anytime. All right. Making you laugh. Okay. Maybe look at LI, guys. I mean, it's over the whole number. I think a psychological one, 25. It's over the whole number. Obviously, got a ton of room. 2582 is the 200-day moving average. So there's enough room there. Take a look at what China is doing in general. KWeb. If you're looking at something like this, you know what? KWeb is moving down. So I'd like to see this moving higher. if I'm going to take any China stock, even though LI had some, pretty decent news on Friday, but look how much it sold off though. 27 down to 24.37. I see your comments, Aaron's. About MPLX, I'm just not a swing trader, so I'm just looking short term. Cure. Now this is, yeah, wow. This has been really choppy the last couple of days, but boy, I had the big day on Friday, Wednesday, big day on Wednesday. Kind of, interesting days that now this is, wow, taking out the highs right there, 55, and on the move. I mean, there was big news on this stock on Wednesday. What it was, I can't remember. If we can pick it up right here. For well, it's possible. Somewhere in that news, it'll be why Cure went up. Okay, guys, this has been a super active one. Also, APDN halted on the way up. Okay, halted on the way up. APDN. So let's take a look. There's the halt price, 519. Potential open in this column. You see how it's already fluctuated. 520 was 530 just a few seconds ago. It doesn't have to open here, but if you're in this one, what you want to see, of course, is a number above the halt price in this column. All you can do is wait now. Usually they are 5-minute halts, so got halted at 146 plus 46 seconds, so that's 151 plus 46 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. And it's a volatility halt. Right? I'm not going to do anything now, but just pointing some of these potential ones out. DYN, underneath the whole number, and looking left, you just got some room. I mean, it's got some room. I mean, 30 cents. I get, well, 30 cents. If you took the short right here at 11.97 and it did get right down to 11.67, yeah, it'd be great. I can't, I always think though that others look at this and start to maybe cover in case this really does hold it. I just like now, if the next low looking left had been 10.79, I would probably be all over this one. Watching the way it's trading just underneath 11 or underneath 12. You might want to see maybe a little pop above 12 and then take out 12 again because you're kind of chasing it. I mean, look at the 15. It's been ever since 12.99 and a dollar move down. Oops, sorry, I was muted. I don't know why I was muted. Okay, Nina, I'm sorry. So Halts resumes right here. So let me do that again. So I put my homepage link in just underneath your question about how to do it. So all you have to do, so you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, my scans. Here is the Halts resumes. Okay, and the only filter I've got in it has to be at least 20,000 shares. Other than that, there are no filters. But again, if you load it now, you're not going to get everything that happened previous to when you loaded it. But if you incorporate it as part of your layout, and then open Trade Ideas, tomorrow at 9:30 or whatever Eastern time. Well, whatever time you do open it, that then you'll start to get some stocks coming in. Okay. Now, do you know how to open a link from my scan from my homepage? If you don't, just let me know. I'll show you how. So when you see this, you know how to get that onto your screen. Okay. So but you got to this screen, right? That you can see where it says open scan. So let me do it again. So if you clicked on my homepage link, just click on my homepage link. I just put it in again underneath. So click on my homepage link. Okay. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. And then you just scroll down a bit. And here are my scans. Click on the view scans. So let me make sure you're at least on this page. Okay. You're at least on this page before I continue. Yes, no? Okay. Okay, you do see my homepage link, right? Right underneath where you said to, and you do one more time. You click on that link, okay? Click on the link. So when you click on the link, this is what you should see. Let me make sure you can see this. Are you able to see this? This is what you should see when you click on my homepage link. Okay, great. Now scroll down, just scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. You see where it says Barry's custom scans and where it says view scans? You click on that. Click on the view scans. Okay. Now you should see this screen. You should see this. Let me know if you see that after you click on view scans. I was muted. I was muted. Yes. I'm not muted now. Okay, great. Now the next step, just watch what I do. I'm going to click, and this goes for any scan, and others could, may have the same type of question. How do I see your scans, but how do I get them onto my page, onto my screen? So you click on the open scan, okay, right underneath the Halts resumes. Click on it. What's going to happen? It depends on your browser settings, I guess. I think it's going to overwrite this. Sometimes it'll create a new tab, but if I click on open scan, see how it's overwrote that. But here is the link. Can you see the link? There is the link. So what I'm going to do now is I'm gonna click over on the left-hand side, and I'm gonna highlight it. I'm gonna highlight it just by okay, see how the link is now highlighted? So now I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna copy that highlighted link. I can do it again, but I just want to so Control C to copy the link, Control key on the keyboard, C for copy, right? So now that link is copied. Then I go to the toolbar where it says File, New, Tools, etc. File, Load from Cloud, because basically what I've done is I've copied it into the cloud. And then I just go File, Load from Cloud, and a box should pop up. This box should pop up, and notice that this right here, it's filled in with that link. It's filled in. See how it ends in 778 D5? You know you've done it correctly if that box is filled in with that link. And so if you see it, then you just click on load, and now it'll show up on your screen. I mean, obviously it's already here for me. So let's were you able to do it? I can do it again. Okay. Well, you should follow along with me. That's why I'm trying to do it fairly slowly, so that step by step. Okay, step by step, so that because I don't expect you absolutely to remember. So again, I'll start off with my home page. Ah, never mind that. So we start off with my homepage again. You've already done all this. You probably don't have to do this. You said you got to this screen, so that's great. You got to that screen. You were able to scroll down. You can see where my custom scans are, and then the view scans, and then here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So you said you got up to this point. So when you click on open scan. Let's do it together. Open scan, and you should get. There's the link. Okay. Now, sometimes it shows up in another tab. It depends on your browser, I guess, your browser settings. Can you see the link that's up here? That is now the link. Just want to make sure you can see the link that's up here. And it happened for you also. Okay, great. Now, this is just simple copy. I'm going to go over to the right side of this link. I'm going to left click on my mouse, and then I'm going to highlight it. I'm dragging, 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 dragging. So can you do that? Can you basically highlight the link? Okay, great. So you've highlighted the link. Now on your keyboard, press with the control key, press down, and then hit the C on the keyboard. Okay. So with the control key, press down first, and then hit C on the keyboard. That now has copied the link. Now you'll know if you've done it correctly if when you go up to the toolbar where it says File, New, Tools, etc., and you click on File, Load from Cloud, because what you've done is you've put this in the cloud. Now you've got to load it from the cloud. So File, Load from Cloud. Let me know if you've got this screen and you can see the link is already in there if you've done it correctly. It's the same link. Do we get a yes? It's been halted all day. Yeah, Wolf, I think it's been halted all day. So, did you get that, box? All you have to do is click on File and Load from Cloud. File, Load from Cloud. If you've done it correctly, this box right there that I'm should be oh, that's okay. Perfect. Well, as I said, you're only gonna see the last one, okay? You're not gonna see because I had this loaded since 9:30 Eastern Time, Okay, so when you load any one of my scans, you're only going to see the last one. But if you, okay, so good, you've got it on. But tomorrow, if you don't have, are we going to say, yeah, don't forget, you should, I always save individual scans, okay? I always say, so what you should do is right click and save or share to cloud. Okay, right click on it. Okay, right click, save or share to cloud, and then just save it. Okay, so now that Halts resumes, it's in your cloud. Even if you accidentally click X, hit on X or whatever, it disappears, it's in your cloud. However, do you have a layout already up and running, Nina? Some kind of a Trade Ideas layout up and running? Because what I would do is now you incorporate this. Okay, then what you do a couple of things. You can say File, Save or Share. So File from the toolbar, Save or Share to Cloud. Okay, you can click on Entire Layout. You probably haven't done this before. Now give it a name. Call it Nina's Layout. Nina's Layout, September 29th, 2025. Okay, whatever makes sense to you, and then save it. So now you've actually got your layout also saved into the cloud. So if something happens, your layout is always going to be there. Okay. Now, so now your layout is in the cloud. Now tomorrow, at the very least, when you click on File, and because you should always exit Trade Ideas at the end of the day, like whenever you've stopped using it. So click on File and Exit, and it's going to ask you, you want to load this layout the next time you load Trade Ideas. It's going to ask you. That's what I do all the time. I always say yes, because this is the layout I want to see all the time. So again, you File, Exit. You're going to get a pop-up saying, do you want to load this layout next time you load Trade Ideas? If that's what you want to do, then you say yes. Okay. And then when you load Trade Ideas the next time, could be later on today or the first thing tomorrow, also this will be part of your layout. You don't have to do it every day, load that every day. Just make it part of your layout if that's what you want. But you did it correctly. You did it correctly. You said you saw the last one, and that's what should have happened. The APDN, that's probably the last, because it usually always shows the last one, even if it was hours before. Right now it's 2:06, but even if it had been at 1 o'clock or something, usually it shows the last one, and that's any alert window. All right, guys, it is now 2:07, so getting set to wind up. I'll stick around if there's some questions. We'll give it another minute or so if there's some questions. Okay, guys, don't see any more questions, so I think I will wrap this up. So before I do, though, I will. I'm going to put the YouTube. Sorry, my homepage link in YouTube. Why am I doing that? Because those of you who are in YouTube, sorry guys, I keep putting that cloud link in. Never mind that cloud link. So those of you in YouTube, I'm going to put my homepage link in. And if you want to, the main room will still be open till sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. William will keep it open. So if you click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. If you scroll down a little bit, there it is, Trading Room. That's for people who are on YouTube who still want to maybe interact with traders until 3:30 to 3:45 today, okay? So now I will leave. Okay, so thanks for all the help all day long, everybody. The main room will open at 6:45 tomorrow morning. I will try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. So I'm muting myself now in the main room and stopping the screen sharing. And YouTubers, I have to end the stream.